Seahawks, Chargers. Most of the country gets the Chiefs.
The first October weekend in Western New York has blossomed a football beauty. Oh my, the Dolphins, Bills, both unbeaten. The last two AFC teams with unblemished records. And here at home, Rich Stadium, 80,000 fans have cheered win after win for Buffalo. In fact, 17 straight times opponents from the AFC Eastern have fallen to the AFC champions, the Bills, of the last 2 years. Hello, everyone. Dick Enberg with Bob Trumpy. Whoa, what a day it is. And for Miami, they're pleased with the weather. Don Shula made a comment regarding that before the game today, and he's also pleased that he has Keith Jackson, 3 times a Pro Bowler with the Eagles, averaged 60 catches a year and 5 touchdowns, and he's young. And Mark Clayton, who has 507 career catches. Clayton was on the injured list with a cervical problem in the neck. He is going to play today. But they don't play defense, and Buffalo Bills have seemingly an unstoppable offense.
Yeah, he's Thurman Thomas, and he gives defensive coordinators, not just for Miami, but throughout the league, nightmares. This guy is an extraordinary football player, no matter where they put him. I think one of the underrated parts of Thurman Thomas's game, Dick, is the way he runs patterns. He gets a lot of coverage on linebackers with all those safeties and corners. He handles it all. To this point, the Miami Dolphins have not figured out how to stop Thurman Thomas. Last year, 100 yards rushing, 100 yards receiving in one game. Tom Alibadati and his staff been staying up all week trying to figure out something else to try against Thurman Thomas.
And we'll see Thomas, number 34, in the first series as the Bills have won the toss and will receive Pete Stoyanovich. We watched him yesterday with the wind at his back try some field goals from 67 yards, and he just missed. Hit a couple from about 62. The wind could be a factor. Brilliant sunshine, a crisp bite in the air here in early October, but at times those flags deceiving. It looks gentle enough now, but down on the field at times gusts up to 20 miles an hour. The Dolphins and the Bills, at this point, the top 2 teams in the AFC East. And Miami trying to prove that this is a much improved Don Shula team with an impressive showing here in Buffalo. Stoyanovich with Eddie Fuller and Kenneth Davis at the other end for Buffalo. That wind doing tricks, and it's Davis. Stop just shy of the 20-yard line, and the Buffalo Bills take the field. The K-gun, operated by number 12, Jim Kelly. He's armed and dangerous. Wolford, Richard, Hull, Parker, and Ballard, an offensive line that everyone around the league raves about. They work so well together. Thomas and Gardner in the backfield. We won't see much of Gardner. It'll be Thomas the man. Lofton and Reed, the wide receivers, and Steve Tasker will join them. Beebe with a hamstring probably won't play today, and Pete Metzelars is the tight end. Kelly out of that no huddle. He starts with Thomas lined up directly behind him. And the give to Thurman Thomas. Trying to get outside. And finally knocked out of bounds at the 28-yard line. John, make that the 23, John Offerdahl. Traversing to make the stop. Offerdahl and the Miami defense reading this way, and we'll go through it quickly with that no huddle of Buffalo. Turner, Klein, Bile, Cross, Coleman, Griggs, Offerdahl, and Cox. The 3-4 alignment, but we'll see adjustments. And Kelly goes right to work. Underneath to the tight end Metzelars for 5 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 3 out at the 27-yard line. Dwight Collier, a rookie from North Carolina, number 50, in on that play. So Shula able to get a couple of men off the field. And Kelly quickly with that huddle with his wide receivers, and then the play call at the line of scrimmage. Thomas has the first down as he crosses the 30.
Dick, one of the most difficult things about this Buffalo offense is without substitution, Marv Levy and the offense can change dramatically. This first series, they've used Carwell Gardner as an extra tight end. So you see a lone back, but Metzelars and Gardner up on the line of scrimmage.
Kelly pumps, throws, and there's Andre Reed. Reed, who is just shy of 500 career catches. In fact, needs just 5 today to reach that magical mark. Offerdahl with a stop. Gain of 7, 2nd down and 3. Reed, who had a career-high yardage game last week against New England.
Dick, I also noticed a little difference here in the Miami defense.
Gardner, a rare call for the big fullback, and he blasts to the 44-yard line, 1st down. Ryan Cox made the stop.
We don't have time to show it here, but it looks like Miami is going with just 2 defensive linemen. They have a nose tackle and a defensive end, Klingbeil and Cross, and then they have 4 linebackers. Now here's the change late. They bring in an extra defensive lineman, Turner, and an extra linebacker, so they're switching back and forth defensively.
Thomas hit the backfield, spins, and right into the arms of Brian Cox. Cox, who is from Western Illinois, finishing up the job. Offerdahl made the first contact. There's the defensive coach, Olivadotti, and able to shuttle in some substitutions.
Yeah, here's the change-up defense. They've got 5 defensive backs, basically 2 defensive linemen, and 4 linebackers.
Kelly one-handing the snap. Offerdahl pressuring, and Lofton, the veteran wide receiver, has his first catch. He's to the Miami 48, just shy of a 1st down.
See if we can see what we've got here. This is Klingbeil. This is Cross. This is Coleman, and Griggs is down as a defensive lineman, when in fact that's just 2 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers.
In essence, a 2-5-4 alignment. It is 3rd down and a 1.5 yards. Gardner tripped up in the backfield. A knifing tackle by Offerdahl, the 5-time Pro Bowler from Western Michigan. Big play, and Buffalo so often with that first possession takes it right down the field, and that Miami defense perhaps causing some problems.
I don't think Miami minds giving up yardage like this. They'll give them a couple of 1st downs. They want to come up with that big play because this is an unrelenting offense when it gets rolling.
Chris Moore, seldom used. He's punted only 8 times all year. Testimony to the Buffalo offense, and Scott Miller going to let that one bounce, and it's going to bounce in the end zone. Miami will play it on the touchback at the 20-yard line when we return. No score early in Buffalo.
Are you guys having it your way? They're entranced. They're having it their way so much.
I love this place.
Look, all 4 of them are staring. No, you can't have any. If you want some breakfast, you have to go to Burger King. You can't have mine.
It's breakfast at Burger King.
No, get off. You see George Rich was like, give me that. Liquor sandwich for 99 cents? Does that sound like a good deal to you, Abe? Yeah, man, it sounds like a peachy deal to me. Abe's a smart man.
And 99 cents per sandwich.
Hey, you guys having it your way?
Right away.
They love this place.
I have to admit, I'm a little surprised.
About what?
I just never thought I'd see on anything but a BMW or a Lexus.
Me neither.
Airbag? Leather? This is quality. Expensive?
About 10, 15,000 less than the BMW or Lexus. I think it feels just as good.
What? Oh, there's a Pontiac Bonneville. It's amazing. If your face was square, shaving would be simple, but your face has curves. Presenting the revolutionary Schick Tracer, the only twin-blade razor that flexes to follow the curves of your face. Schick Tracer, we're changing the face of shaving.
She's trapped by terrorists. Her only hope is a cook.
Oh, God, we're gonna die.
Steven Seagal, Tommy Lee Jones.
This is not the work of a cook.
Roger that. Under Siege, rated R. Starts Friday, October 9th at a theater near you.
Take a look at the defense here. The 2 defensive linemen right in here. That's Cross, and that's also Klingbeil. And then they've got 5 defensive backs, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4 linebackers in an attempt to try to slow up this Buffalo offense. Now, this is really taking a chance because the Buffalo offense is the best rushing offense in the league.
And John Offerdahl, one of the inside linebackers in that alignment, able to knife through and make the stop on 3rd down. The bend-don't-break philosophy of Miami holding Buffalo in the first series, and now it's Marino with a noise handing off to Higgs, and we get a flag on the first Miami possession. And it looked to be a motion penalty.
And it may be against Farrell Edmonds, the tight end. This has not been a good week.
Dale Hamer.
Full start. Left tackle.
Richmond Webb.
Not.
Here's the Dolphin offense with Keith Jackson on the sidelines. Richmond Webb, the young Pro Bowler, with Sims, Ulenek, Galbraith, and Dellenbach on the front five. Higgs is the running back with Tony Page. Page has become a top pass receiver and a great blocker he is. Duper and Clayton. Clayton returns. Edmonds is the tall tight end, and when they go to the 3 wide, we'll see Humphrey and we'll see Keith Jackson along with Tony Martin. Tony Page out to the 30, nearly 15 on the play. Shane Conlon, the tackler, is Page, who leads Miami in catches, has his 15th of this young season.
He's the new secret weapon. I mean, they haven't historically thrown the ball to the tight end. You see an excellent move by Page, 49, on Shane Conlon, 58. I think this is a payoff for the way that Tony Page blocks. I mean, I got to give him something down the field.
You look at the films of Miami and you watch Page, and he can really destroy linebackers. A full 15 on the play, so first down for Marino and Miami. 4.5 minutes into the opening quarter, no score. Higgs, oh, is he hit in the backfield as charging through was Bruce Smith. That was the kind of acceleration defensively you would expect from a linebacker, but it was Smith.
He'll come around Richmond Webb. They run a game. Tally 56 goes inside. Smith goes outside, and he's there to make the tackle. Now, Higgs is a good cutback or bounce runner, something that I believe Walt Corey has built into the defense today, Dick.
And he'll move Smith around, although he's lined up just inside Webb on this play. Second down and 12. Marino completes it to Clayton. Mark Clayton to the 40. Appears to have another first down. Nate Odoms rides him down. Clayton, who needs just 2 catches to tie Nat Moore's Miami record.
This is one thing that is very dangerous to do against Dan Marino. He gets time. He's also has the presence to stand back there and allow that pattern to open. Now watch the move by Clayton. Inside, the spin move, back outside, delay outside, first down pickup.
To the 41, a 13-yard play. Higgs, and the little guy from Owensboro, Kentucky, who played for the Wildcats at the University of Kentucky, has nearly 5. Smith and Tally in on the tackle. Higgs, who's only 5'7", but has tremendous thighs. He said, I've always had those all the way back to high school. He's got the legs of a man that you'd expect to be 225, 230.
You know what shocked me about him? He just started wearing contact lenses when he came to the Miami Dolphins. He has very poor eyesight.
Said, no wonder I couldn't catch the ball. I didn't see it till it was right in my face. On second down, Higgs hit in the backfield by Cornelius Bennett. Don't call me Corny. You can call me Biscuit Bennett.
Boy, he runs right around the tight end. He runs right around Farrell Edmonds. Look at the speed of Cornelius Bennett on a running play, getting around the block, and catches the running back when he's running to his side. Remarkable effort by Cornelius Bennett.
Bennett, a man who told us a couple of days ago that he almost quit football because of a severe shoulder injury a couple seasons ago. Shotgun, third down and 6. And was he drawn offside as Bruce Smith, like a rocket, into Keith Sims. Now, Sims weighs 310 pounds.
Coach,
it was like pushing a
napkin. The defense, 5-yard penalty, still third down.
Jeff Wright is the man they ticket with the 5 yards, and that'll be up third and very short for Miami.
This is a very good offensive line you are looking at there. The 2 youngest, 69 and 78, instant starters with the Miami Dolphins when they came in, which is very unusual for rookie offensive linemen.
Keith Jackson is in for the first time as a Dolphin. Number 88, Jackson lined up on the right side. On third and 1. And it's Higgs right to the 50-yard line, but short of the first down. No, I got James Saxon inserted into the lineup, and Carlton Bailey and Bruce Smith were there to greet him.
Dick, that was a 3 tight end set. They run Beatty in motion number 84, and here is his first block. They try to run it on Jones, the outside, or the strong safety. That's an easy block for a tight end to make, but Bennett, 97, stuffed it right in the hole for no gain. Wait a minute. The offense is still out here on 4th and short.
4th and 1, and Shula has the offense still in there. Goodness.
He's going to take a timeout now. Wow. What a declaration by Don Shula.
Miami, timeout.
So Miami uses a timeout. 7:07 left in the opening quarter.
Hey, I thought you were a Honda for life guy, huh? What happened?
Well, this happened.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I love the way it drives. Handling, the control, it just feels really connected to the road. Even has anti-lock brakes, standard.
Oh, come on, what? You can't get ABS in the Accord, huh?
Oh, yeah, for about 4,000 more.
So what is this?
The new Grand Am. It's a Pontiac.
I'd love to drive it.
I'll bet.
Now at Little Caesars, Cheeser Cheeser. Two pizzas with extra cheese, up to 3 toppings, and free crazy bread for $8.98.
Teaser.
Time to think about life insurance? Let your Allstate agent work it out on paper. Everything from mortgage protection to a plan for a breezy retirement. Let your Allstate agent be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You want a beer. You want it cold. You want it smooth. Introducing Colders 29 and 29 Light. Brewed its own way. Cold aged at 29 degrees to seal in smoothness. When you chill with Colders, you get a cold, smooth taste. Beer after beer. Cold, smooth taste. New Colders 29 and 29 Light. What else do you need?
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Pontiac and your nearby Pontiac dealers. We are driving excitement. By Little Caesars Pizza, where you always get 2 great pizzas for 1 low price. By the Diamond Anniversary Band. This year, tell her you'd marry her all over again. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft. Get out of the old, get into the cold.
Welcome back to Rich Stadium, and this crowd on its feet, spurring the defense. 4th and a long 1. And Shula apparently going to go for it with Page and Humphrey lined up behind Marino. That's Beatty in motion. Or are they just going to try to draw Buffalo? Yep, that's what they were going to do. Didn't work. 5-yard penalty. Shula, there were 2 sides to that issue. One was he making a statement that they were going to go all out and gamble on the first possession at midfield, or what he just tried to do.
Delay of game on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
I think Shula knows that any tricks he's got in his bag beginning of this season, he's got to get him out here against Buffalo at home.
Clifford Hicks just returning to the Buffalo roster off the injury list to return Joe Prokop, left-footed kicker, replacing the injured Reggie Roby. Dying spiral. Hicks way up to the 25 to field it on the run. And he's to the 37, breaking tackles all the way to the 47-yard line. '29-yard punt by Prokop, 22-yard return, and Prokop had to make the tackle. Clifford Hicks with the return.
See what defense now Miami's going to start this second series with. See if we can pick it up. They've got Turner in there, 95 Turner, Klingbeil, and Crosser. They're going back to their base front. The
other interesting part with that punt return, Bob Trumpy, they had Had they gone for it, they'd only lost a couple of yards and failed.
Yeah, that's true.
Buffalo takes over at midfield. Kelly to the 40 to James Lofton. That'll be a first down.
Dick, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but Miami's making a very late defensive substitution into this hybrid defense with 2 defensive linemen, Coleman on the outside with Griggs on the outside, and 5 defensive backs. It's not worked.
Both wide receivers to the left. And that's where Kelly looks to go. To Reed, another 10, 11 yards, first down. Brian Cox and Dusty Jackson with a tackle.
When you talk to Miami coaches, when they dissect film, look at Miami, Ali Badati admits that Buffalo looks for mismatches, and he says Kelly can find the mismatch, and they're very patient offense, even though it's a hurry up.
And off to Thomas. Breaking a couple of tackles. And to the 26, hard-earned 3 yards, Offerdahl and Klingbeil on the stop. John Offerdahl, one of the many Dolphins involved in the hurricane aftermath. He produced thousands of bagels from his 3 bagel companies to provide to people in southern Florida that went through that devastating tragedy. Second down. Kelly, lots of time. Takes it down and is picked up at the 23-yard line. Brian Cox got a mid on him.
There was a lesson for a rookie defensive lineman, Marco Coleman. Coleman bought the pump fake. Kelly had him up there for a jump ball. Part of the learning process in the NFL.
You're right the first time. Kelly made him jelly.
Yes, he did. Went right underneath that arm.
Third down. And a short 3. Kelly is 5 for 5 throwing the ball. Knocked away by the rookie Troy Vincent. Vincent, the #1 pick of the Dolphins out of Wisconsin, the 7th player selected in the draft. And that'll bring on Steve Christie for a field goal try.
So far, Lofton is the intended receiver. So far, Miami's defense has done an excellent job here. Just giving up a little bit, just bending a certain amount. Not letting him get into that red zone and the scoring zone.
Steve Christie picked up on the Plan B process from Tampa Bay. Has missed only 1. He's 7 for 8. This one for 40 yards. And the Bills lead 3-0. Just under 5 minutes remaining in the opening period.
10 years. I still get butterflies.
Funny, she doesn't look married. I bet she cries or bites her lip.
Hello, stranger.
I'm hardly a stranger.
Well, you are late.
I know. You shouldn't have waited 10 years for this. Happy anniversary.
The Diamond Anniversary Band. Tell her you'd marry her all over again.
You sure can pick an appetizer.
Take one and action. Hey, what's the best thing about breakfast at McDonald's?
Coffee.
Pour it out of the cup. It's steaming. It's dark and rich.
I pour it personally.
Coffee fresh?
Fresh brewed. Fantastic cup of coffee.
So what's the secret?
Arabica.
Oh, what's an Arabica?
Arabica beans.
Oh, the beans. And what else?
It's always fresh.
It just tastes good.
And they like to come in and talk with each other, and just like the small coffee shop long ago.
How much a coffee refill?
They're free. What you want is what you get.
It's guaranteed.
What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at the BMW and the Lexus.
And?
I drove this. The power, the handling, the control. It was incredible. Really? It's got leather, ABS, dual airbags. It's even supercharged. I could have spent a lot more on the BMW or the Lexus. But why? What is this? The new Pontiac SSEI.
We are driving.
Very nice.
Excitement, Pontiac.
Jim Kelly not happy about settling for a field goal. He's 5 for 6 and
oh, did you see what he said? He said, are you in charge of the balls? Make sure there's air in them. He threw that ball away. Maybe he wants a Pete Rozelle ball, Dick. I'm not sure.
Now with Jim Schaffner. who replaced Ted Marchibroda as the offensive coordinator. And in many ways, the loss of Marchibroda, which was rued by some here in Buffalo as he went to the Colts as their head man, and bringing in Schaffner has only added to that K-gun attack. Schaffner with other wrinkles that have made it all the more difficult to stop Buffalo. James Williams starts out, and he'll have to go with it now, and gets to the 20 and more, with a hesitation out to the 23-yard line. Well, next Saturday on NBC Sports World, Belmont Park hosts the Breeders' Cup Preview. 1991 Kentucky Derby winner Strike the Gold. 1992 Belmont Stakes winner AP Indy. Just two of the many horses that will be running in this final tune-up before racing's championship day, the Breeders' Cup. That'll be coming up, of course, later this month on NBC. But next weekend, Belmont Park Breeders' Cup Preview at 4:30 Eastern Time.
There you see Jim Kelly going to Frank Wright, who is the #1 guy he listens to on the sideline, Dick. Hand signals. Keith Jackson is in at tight end.
Duper and Clayton to the left. And they dump it off to Bobby Humphrey. The former Bronco gets a block, and he's out to the 40-yard line. A pickup of about 18 yards. Cornelius Bennett chased him down.
Again, a great read by Dan Marino in that quick release. He sees the blitz coming. You also see Hansen in his face with a little pressure. Marino finds the right receiver. Bennett makes the tackle.
And Keith Jackson helping block on Carlton Bailey as Bruce Smith right on the heels of Marino. First down Miami at the 40. 3-0 Buffalo first quarter. Humphrey straight ahead to the 42-yard line. Jeff Wright, the nose tackle with the stop. Keith Willis is in the lineup for Phil Hansen for the Buffalo Bills. Willis, a new acquisition, picked up on waivers, formerly with the Steelers, and then the Washington Redskins took him on Plan B this year and released him, and now a member of this Buffalo defense, replacing in essence Leon Seals.
Still a great pass rusher, Keith Willis is. Again, audible.
Movement in the line, and of course the noise a factor there. Bruce Smith and Willis charging through.
Bruce Smith was right on the center. Ulinek. That was that double sync Bruce where they had tackles and end cover the center and the two guards.
False start. Number 62 of the offense. 5-yard penalty.
There he goes with the right guard.
You can see Smith is here. They call this double sync Bruce to try to put pressure on the up front guys on the offensive line, and I don't blame the offensive line for flinching a little bit. when you got Bruce Smith in there, yeah, I'd be quick out of my stance too.
Smith said, I'd like to line up against Richmond Wood the entire game, but the coaches feel by placing me in the middle, I can get into Marino's space, and that's how you stop Dan Marino. Marino guns over the middle. What a throw! At the 45-yard line, Keith Jackson pays his first dividend to Miami. 18 yards.
Now, the one thing you like about Keith Jackson is he splits out as a tight end, and he runs patterns like a wide receiver. Hicks is the man in coverage just off the injured reserve list, but Jackson, even though he is 6'2", 254, he runs like he's 204 out there, and that's the thing that Don Shula likes about him.
First catch since late December against the Redskins, and he had good coverage on him, had to fight off the defender, makes a catch of a perfect throw from Marino. Miami in Buffalo territory the first time, and nothing there for Bobby Humphrey as Cornelius Bennett and others make the stop, and Bennett appears to be nicked on the play.
I think it's his arm or shoulder, Dick.
Reaching in down low to make the stop. Four-time Pro Bowler Bennett.
And of course, we know the shoulder problems he's had. Started as thought he was going to be a tight end when he went to college. They turned him into a linebacker the first day he showed up at Alabama.
Just because you got 2.3 kids. Just because you got a house, a lawn, and a mortgage. Just because you're now a responsible adult. You still know how to have a good time, don't you? The new Grand Am Sports Sedan.
Castrol GTX is the only leading motor oil that meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown in every grade. This is the only way to get that kind of performance from any other leading brand. Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
When it's this greasy, you need a more powerful cleaner degreaser. Castrol Super Clean solubilizes grease on contact, neutralizing its ability to stick. So if it won't come clean with Super Clean, it won't come clean.
You want a beer. You want it cold. You want it smooth. Introducing Colders 29 and 29 Light. Brewed its own way. Cold aged at 29 degrees to seal in smoothness. When you chill with Colders, you get a cold, smooth taste. Beer after beer.
Cold, smooth taste.
New Colders 29 and 29 Light. What else do you need?
Appear to be working on the right wrist of Cornelius Bennett. Does not seem to be serious. 3-0 Buffalo. Those are the first points allowed by the Miami defense in the first quarter this year. Of course, they played one less game than most of the league. Miami and New England set out the first weekend because of the hurricane. Marcus Patton, number 53, has replaced Bennett. Marino, his 4 first downs, all by pass, 4 for 4, 64 yards. They've made only 4 yards on the ground, -4. On 2nd and 10. Underneath to Clayton, a good spin move by the clever receiver from Louisville, and he has a first down at the 32-yard line. Nate Odoms gets him out of bounds.
One of the things the Buffalo Bills wanted to do is pressure Marino up the middle. Again, you see Bruce Smith just offset from the center, Ulenek. And actually, the Miami Dolphin offensive line does an excellent job of giving Marino enough time. Dick, this package here, this group that Miami's put on the field with Humphrey in the backfield and Jackson at tight end, obviously their best drive so far today.
And another pass from Marino is 5 for 5. And Clayton is just 1 catch away from Matt Moore's all-time Miami record. 510. Humphrey with a carry. And some positive yards on the ground from the former Alabama All-America, Darryl Talley and others with the stop. Bobby Humphrey acquired from the Broncos for Sammy Smith in a 1-for-1. Sat out most of last year in the doghouse of Dan Reeves after reporting very late in a dispute.
And missed the plane this week to Buffalo, so he's in another doghouse, which is generally a pretty good incentive to play well on Sunday.
He might be running faster today. He's lighter.
Yes, he is.
In the wallet. Keith Jackson split on the right side in the slot. And wide open is Humphrey. And Humphrey down the sidelines, finally bumped out of bounds at the 12-yard line as Darryl Talley gets him. And this offense with Jackson adding another dimension and Clayton's return and Bobby Humphrey in the backfield operating much like Buffalo's K-gun.
Dick, look at this. This is Jackson. Watch the double coverage already on Keith Jackson. The respect that Buffalo is paying already to Keith Jackson. You'll see it. The safety comes up to help. That allows Bobby Humphrey to be wide open in the flat.
Final seconds of the opening quarter, and Miami threatens down 3-0. And Marino comes over to verbally give Keith Jackson the call. Over the middle, incomplete, intended for Mark Duper. Nate Odoms on the coverage. The Dolphins have, to Don Shula's taste, scored too many times by way of a field goal inside the 20. This would be their 14th trip into that red zone with only 4 touchdowns.
Well, they've certainly taken a lot of time off the clock. This has been a very deliberate, positive drive. That's one of the things that teams like to do against Buffalo.
Again, 4 wide with Jackson in essence playing a slot right. Martin far right with Duper and Clayton to the left side. into the end zone, and nice coverage again. Kirby Jackson, as he ran off the receiver, Mark Layton. That brings up 3rd and 10. Don Shula looking for his 310th win, and may just, as we'll learn, as Dan Marino says, I can't tell you now. Wait till later in the season when we ask him, is this the best offensive personnel you've ever had while in Miami? So, but he did it with a twinkle in his eye.
Yes. I like Don Shula's comment yesterday when we talked to him. He said, I'm trying to surround Dan Marino with as many great offensive athletes as I can find.
He's done it. 3rd and 10. And Tony Martin covered well by Kelso. 2 seconds left in the quarter, and you saw what Joe Prokop's punt, what happened in this wind at Rich Stadium, and it is in that condition now that one of the top kickers in the league, Pete Stoyanovich, comes in for his 12th try of the year. He's 10 out of 11. This young man from Indiana has a tremendous leg, already a 53-yarder. His only miss from 50. This in 30 yards. And we have a tie game at the end of the first period here at Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. It's the Buffalo Bills 3 and the Miami Dolphins 3.
When you don't have to send your package overnight, you can save yourself a bundle.
What a difference a day makes.
2-day priority mail service
24 little hours.
from your post office. Send up to 2 pounds in just 2 days for just $2.90. That's right. That's some difference.
What a difference a day makes. We deliver for you.
My last business trip was
Middle of nowhere.
the most unusual.
Middle of nowhere.
Every day, 2 million travelers set out to do business.
Last year I traveled 65 days.
Who would know better what they need than Holiday Inn?
I always rehearse my presentation. in front of the bedroom mirror.
We make them feel welcome in so many ways. Maybe that's why more business travelers stay with us than anyone else.
What I miss most is my children.
Holiday Inn. Stay with someone you know who really knows you.
So you're actually putting money away.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I've changed. Especially since the baby.
You gotta be real proud. So what do you have your savings in?
I have in savings.
What kind of savings?
The bank.
Want to do me a favor? Talk to my broker, Payne Weber. You can probably manage that money a lot better than the bank.
This is my savings we're talking about here. I mean, how's a broker supposed to know what I need?
Well, ask.
Wednesday, it's every parent's nightmare. Your daughter's jilted boyfriend returns for revenge, then outwits the court.
Objection.
A must-see Law & Order NBC Wednesday.
Last play, 3rd and 10. Here's the primary receiver. The ball goes to this guy down here. Excellent coverage by Kirby Jackson. Makes Dan Marino throw the ball into the end zone, incomplete. You can see the coverage there. Does an outstanding job. He finally just throws it away down in the end zone. It did look like Martin gave up on the pattern a little bit there, but he's an outlet. And communication between Keith Jackson and Dan Marino. Gary Stevens, quarterback coach there with the headset on.
Jackson, you could just see, he said, I don't even want to answer any questions because my mind is so full of new business. I'm trying to keep it all straight. Don't even suggest a play with any number or name on it. He said, I'm just prepared for one game, this game. I'll worry about the rest of the season on Monday. Stoyanovich blasts that one out of the end zone, and Buffalo will start from the 20-yard line. Well, let's look at the menu for next week. It's an NBC doubleheader weekend starting at 12:30 with NFL Live. Seattle, Dallas, and Pittsburgh, Cleveland. That's an old rivalry renewed. The early games, Buffalo and the Raiders will be with the Bills and the Raiders out at the Coliseum. Houston, Cincinnati, and the Jets, Indianapolis. That's next Sunday on NBC. Well, the Bills saw Miami control the ball almost 5 minutes on that last drive that covered 66 yards before the 30-yard field goal by Stoyanovich. second quarter, 3-all. Lofton wide open. That's his third catch. He goes for 16 more yards before Offerdahl and Vincent can make the stop. The veteran James Lofton, more career receiving yards than anyone in the history of the game.
Certainly the rookie Troy Vincent going to give a lot of room to the veteran James Lofton. Lofton shows that great acceleration off the line of scrimmage, which drives all defensive backs off. Nice pickup. Again, now I think we'll see Buffalo go to something else here. Try something else. Reverse.
How did you know this is coming? Andre Reed, but you weren't the only one. It was read well by David Griggs. The University of Virginia. Griggs, who's played very well this year, hands Buffalo negative of about 7 yards on that play.
Well done. Stayed at home. You can see the whole thing. He doesn't really read it. He kind of falls into it, but makes an excellent tackle. Buffalo keeps discovering what they can do formation-wise and personnel-wise.
Kelly down the field and misses James Lofton. Vincent on the coverage. That'll bring up third down and 17. Kelly now 6 for 8. Marv Levy and Don Shula, the two deans of NFL coaching. Levy is 64. Shula 2 years the pup. Going for 310 wins today, Shula. And you know, through the years, and we've known Don over 20, it just seems like he's the one man that doesn't change. It's one of the beautiful things about the NFL that Shula is always just that. Yeah. It says it all. The last night. Over the middle, complete to Thomas. He's dragged down at the 40. That'll be shy of the first down by nearly 6 yards. Brian Cox, second year from Western Illinois, made the stop.
Not enough to make the conversion. This Miami defense has done a very good job. I mean, one of the things that helps, Dick, is you want 80 yards behind your defense, so you can employ all the different defenses.
Scott Miller will drift back for Miami, anticipating the punt from Chris Moore. Just to get Buffalo to punt is a moral victory of sorts. Dying kick. Miller fair catch. 22-yard line. And with that, a timeout with 13-11 left in the opening half. Two unbeaten teams in the AFC are even.
The last thing the average person wants is the average car. That's why the new Mazda brought you the return of the pure sports car, the all-new RX-7. And the return of the Roadster, the Miata. That's why our 626 feels personal, and our MX-6 feels timeless. It's why every Mazda will fulfill its promise in a way no other car
can. Nipper and Chipper show us what the RCA home theater with SRS sound looks like. Now they show us what it feels like. Looks like, feels like. Looks like, feels like. Any questions?
Going down, that ain't you. No, that's not you. Easy drinking beer, that silver bullet smooth.
Know where it's coming from, setting the mood. The pure taste of the Rockies and silver bullet smooth.
Make the move, 'cause lights, it's silver bullet smooth.
That picture would belie the crispness of that wind out of the north today. I know you love the cold.
Yes, I do.
Bob, but those of us who have had the blood thin in Southern California notice the difference. This is real football weather.
There's no medication for that thin Southern California blood, is there? 3 sweaters, a sport coat, maybe an overcoat. It still doesn't help.
And you look like those Buffalo cheerleaders with that bare midriff.
Summer.
You saw the time of possession, and of course that's a key to the overall plan for Don Shula to try to keep the ball away from Kelly and that powerful Bills offense. And Shula and his team go to work just outside the 22-yard line.
And you were talking about Don Shula earlier, now in charge of just about every aspect of the Miami Dolphins football team. He makes trades. He does it all.
Don't know what this confusion is all about. Perhaps one of the clocks not working.
Looks all right.
Oh, I see. That's... Yeah, one of the officials either ill or injured leaving the field at the far side. So Hamer making sure that all bases are covered as best he can. And the side judge apparently hit in the eye.
One of the officials was injured. Will work the game with 6 men.
Don Wedge, a veteran official, actually a couple of decades in the league, is the man who left the field. Very nice. Incomplete, and no flag on the play as Cooper well covered by James Williams.
Well, you know, the defensive line of the Buffalo Bills, they've gotten close, but they have not really disrupted Dan Marino throwing the ball. Play action fake. The tally comes on the blitz. Smith is there, but I mean, that still gives Dan Marino enough time to throw.
The wince was not from Payne so much as from no call from the official. He wanted that yellow flag. After going 6 for 6, Marino has missed on the last 4 attempts. Over the middle to the big tight end Jackson at the 35-yard line, and a flag thrown from deep downfield. Sometimes that tight end guilty of using the hands. Nope, it's against the Bills for holding. 12 yards and a first down.
Buffalo has discovered one of the big problems of trying to cover Keith Jackson with a linebacker. It will...
Holding. Number 54 of the defense. Penalties declined. First down.
It will not work. You can't cover Keith Jackson with a linebacker. You see he gets a good release inside of Darryl Talley. Yeah, I'd say that's holding on the tight end. There's no question about that.
First down out at the 35. As they took the play, and the 12-yard gain by Jackson, his second catch today. Marino through the hands of Duper at the Buffalo 48-yard line. Good coverage from James Williams.
One of the things that teams are going to have to start doing now against the Miami Dolphins is hold him up at the line of scrimmage. You see Talley takes the fake outside. Jackson gets the release, but Shane Conlon stops him in his tracks. He's going to get a lot more attention from defenses.
Tough to really, the average fan who hasn't played football, to appreciate what being in football shape in terms of contact really means. It means that Jackson probably won't walk real well the first 3 or 4 days next week, will he?
He'll spend the week in the tub.
Marino underneath, and what a throw to Page, and he has a first down, skidding to the 49 of Buffalo. Conlon with a tackle from behind, 14 yards for Tony Page.
Now this is the other side from the tight end. You run the tight end on one side, you run the fullback on the other. Now that additional weapon of Keith Jackson has spread out the Buffalo defense, and Page again catching the ball cleanly right underneath Shane Conlon.
The total package, TP, Tony Page. He likes the idea of being able to catch a ball early in his career. He was never noted for even having the opportunity with the Jets in the line. On first down, it's a 3-3 tie, and Higgs to the 46-yard line, a 3-yard gain. Bennett, the tackler.
Gain of 4, second and 6.
11:43 remaining in the first half. Field goals the story thus far. Stoyanovich 30 yards for Miami to tie Buffalo. They got a 40-yarder from Christie. But Miami, I guess the story to this point is the fact they've been able to move the ball, pick up first downs, keep it away from Kelly and the Buffalo offense.
Good patience by Miami.
And second down and a long 6. Oh, my. Carlton Bailey and Jeff Wright were there as soon as Higgs got the handoff.
I can certainly understand why one of them gets in there, but two of them shouldn't. Here he sits right here. The nose tackle goes this way. You can see him get in there in a hurry. Looks like Bailey could almost take the handoff, run the other way.
That's almost a jailbreak.
Yeah. Higgs is very lucky to hang on to that football.
5 carries, 1 yard total for Mark Higgs. 3rd down and 10 for Marino. Incomplete, and Marino had to unload in a hurry. Freddie Banks was the nearest receiver.
You can see a certain amount of impatience now by Buffalo. They even come with Hicks coming on the corner blitz, trying to get some pressure on Dan Marino as best they possibly can.
So Joe Prokop comes in for his second punting try. This time the wind will be more in his favor. Although the wind is blowing from the north into his face up high, it actually serves down lower to help the kicker and the passer going from our right to our left. Beautiful spiral. Third catch by Hicks. He lets it bounce. And that could have been a great play. Does no signal that he did catch it in the end zone in midair. And that's a great play. Looked to be Tony Martin. No, Mike Williams. It was Mike Williams, but a flag is down. And they're going to call it back. A great effort by Williams. As long as you leave from the field of play, you can...
Illegal formation of the kicking team. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
You can fly deep into the end zone as long as you don't come down. And Don Shula barking at the official on that call. Illegal formation.
They're really... That's Westhoff, too, the special teams coach. They are really bent in the ear of the head linesman. His name is Paul Widener.
Anyone who knows the rules at Shula, he's been on that rules committee much of his NFL career.
Now, one of the problems with being an official, a head linesman, is that you get each sideline on each pass right in front of the coach.
So that nullifies the ball being down and almost snapped over Prokop's head. Did a good job of fielding it. Hicks at the 20 to the 30. So that is for Don Shula, a 26-yard penalty instead of the 4. Buffalo takes over at the 30.
This is a big car. Put it in park. Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
Where's my food?
I love this place.
You know, you could have got the sandwich for 99 cents.
I didn't want that. I wanted this.
That's a smart move then, so you're having it your way.
99 cents per sandwich.
Sandwich. Can you do that? Yeah, but it's called a croissant. Check in between the seats. You could reach down in there and find enough change to pay for it. You got the croissant? Is that your favorite thing to get?
Yeah.
It's your way right away.
Love this place.
Get in line, stay in step, or maybe you'd rather go your own way. In which case, check out the all-new 93 626 ES from the new Mazda, the company that's put a twist on everything from luxury cars to roadsters. Now we've done the same to sedans. With a V6, an airbag, and ABS. Introducing the all-new Mazda 626.
Mazda, it just feels right.
Weekend. No tie, no briefcase, just plastic.
It all boils down to this. No other card you can carry is accepted in more places and in more ways.
Food.
At home and abroad.
I got it.
Than MasterCard. It's the only card you need.
Rooms.
MasterCard.
Not a bad day's work.
Master the moment.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Burger King, where you can get it your way right away at Burger King now. By MasterCard. Master the moment with a card that's accepted at nearly 10 million places worldwide. By the new Mazda. Mazda, it just feels right. And by Coors Light. The Silver Bullet is the right beer now.
Again, Burger Bob Trumpy at Rich Stadium in Buffalo. 80,000 on a crisp autumn day as the Buffalo Bills, their high-octane offense, producing only a field goal with 10 minutes left in the opening half. It's tied at 3. Kelly starts at the 30. It's this hybrid Miami defense. Thomas. Tripped up, gets only a yard. So Thurman Thomas, the league leader again this year in scrimmage yards, as he has been the last 3 seasons. 11 yards rushing, 11 yards passing so far.
The idea here is Miami's defense is putting their best 6 up front people at the line of scrimmage. 4 linebackers for pursuit. Catch that counter from behind.
Thomas again. He's smothered after another yard, maybe 2, so it'll be 3rd down and about 7. J.B. Brown helping out from the corner. Bears with a couple of field goals against Minnesota. New Orleans, Morton Anderson, a long one. The only score against Detroit. Tampa Bay trying to go 4-1. Touchdown lead against Indianapolis.
This is dangerous for Miami. This is what Ali Vadati, the defensive coordinator, does not like.
3rd and 7 for Kelly. Hit as he throws, and it's intercepted. Louis Oliver at the 40. And Oliver to the 38-yard line, tackled by Will Wolford. So the first turnover goes against Marv Levy as Louis Oliver catches that dying quail as Kelly hit just as he released the ball.
Miami comes with a blitz. It was going to be an out and up by Thurman Thomas that Kelly was staying with. Here's the blitz right here. It's John Offerdahl. So far, this defense has done an excellent job. They get just enough pressure on him that he can't follow through on this. The ball is up for grabs, and Oliver comes away with it.
So Offerdahl's pressure leads to the interception. Marino from his own 38. Flags down, and so is the quarterback of the Dolphins. Jeff Wright was there first, and Cornelius Bennett with an assist.
Dick, first, well, let's go back to the interception to see exactly what happened. The pattern run is an out and up by Thurman Thomas. Kelly tries to stay with it, showing a little bit of impatience. The Miami defense has done a good job here of slowing up the Buffalo offense. He tries for the big play, and he throws the interception. Oliver.
Set. Still first down.
So offsetting fouls. First down it remains, and that's a break for the Dolphins. Louis Oliver with a interception, his first this year, led Miami, or shared the lead the last 3 seasons in interceptions. And Jim Kelly not happy about the way things have progressed here in the first half at home, where pretty well he's had all he can eat.
Yes. Buffalo now defensively, 6 defensive backs, 4 defensive linemen, 1 linebacker.
8:40 left in the opening half, 3-3 tie. Bobby Humphrey as a hole. Whoa, he was 1 man from going all the way. Tackled at the 24-yard line. Darryl Talley and Mark Kelso, the free safety, the last man in his path.
You can see that with the 6 defensive backs out on the field, perfect opportunity for a running back like Bobby Humphrey to run the ball. Now, in previous years with Jim Jensen in that spot in this nickel package, he doesn't run the ball. That's the additional value of Bobby Humphrey in that spot for the Miami Dolphins.
After a couple 1,000-yard seasons in Denver, his rookie and second year, sat out most of last year, but gradually working himself into a very prominent role in this Miami offense. Now out of the Miami version of the run and shoot, or the shotgun. Marino to Jackson. Did he spear that one? And it is a touchdown. Oh, my. You saw in one package Keith Jackson and why he's all-pro material. He stabs that bullet from Marino and then runs through the defense. And when that man smiles, the jaw smiles. It's like a holiday for Don Shula. Keith Jackson. A first major return, his 3rd catch is for a touchdown, 24 yards.
Don Shula and Dan Marino both made the point to us yesterday that Keith Jackson understands and reads defenses very well.
Try for point by Stoyanovich, and it's 10-3. And as Jackson told us yesterday, with Marino, you don't look for the quarterback. You better look for the ball because it gets there right now.
Why can't van doors swing open instead of slide? Why do minivans handle like trucks? Why can't they feel more like a car? This is what the engineers at Mazda wondered when they designed the MPV. Because when you ask better questions, you tend to come up with better answers.
Why does your door do that?
The MPV from the new Mazda.
It just feels right.
A noble warrior advised, the art of protection springs from within. One must stay vigilant against one's unfragrant perspiration, lest one provoke a hostile response. Thus, a Norse ritual is Right Guard Sport Stick. An aromatic array of the freshest scents and maximum protection against disarming wetness. Confirming the wisdom, the best defense is not to offend. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less will be uncivilized.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Tonight, a streetwise agent's life is in jeopardy.
Kidnapping of federal agents about as ugly as it can get.
Based on the actual case.
Where is she?
An all-new Secret Service. Then, you will eyewitness the climax of a dangerous manhunt and feel the heat of danger in a Hellfighter Spectacular Video Diary. An all-new eyewitness video after Secret Service NBC tonight.
Pyrotechnics from Miami, Marino to Jackson.
Jackson runs the crossing pattern. Marino comes out of the backfield. I'm not so sure that that ball wasn't intended for Mark Clayton. Jackson makes a heck of an athletic move to make the reception. That's a question I'd ask Don Shula and Dan Marino. Who was the primary receiver there?
Jackson said, "It's mine now." His first touchdown as a Dolphin as they convert the interception into 7 points. And 10-3 Miami leads for the first time today with 7:39 left in the half. Eddie Fuller, Kenneth Davis at the other end as Stojanovic has it teed up. Last time he kicked it right out of the end zone. It'll be tough to return that. And Buffalo will start at the 20-yard line as we go back to the touchdown.
Okay, here's Jackson. Good coverage, and he has to try to break the pattern. I'm not really sure. When Marino is flushed out of the pocket, it's very hard to tell, but you see Jackson go behind the linebacker. Clayton puts his hands up, but what a athletic move by Keith Jackson. Boy, you don't coach that. But that's an all-pro play in his first game as a Miami Dolphin. Yes, he's paid back part of that big check already.
And with that, the hope, you just feel the Southern Florida's hopes rising when they saw that play. If ever you needed evidence of why he was the treasure in that free agent pickup of that small group of players, Keith Jackson has just offered full evidence.
There was a pointed moment, too, on the sideline. Farrell Edmonds went over and congratulated him on the catch.
Now Kelly and Buffalo on 2nd and 5. First down across the 30. Vesty Jackson. It appears, Bob Trumpy, that 24 Jackson has been assigned to shadow Thurman Thomas.
He's either getting Thurman Thomas or he's getting Andre Reed. But again, that hybrid defense of Miami, 2 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers, and there's Vesty Jackson and Andre Reed.
And it was intended for Reed, and it was Brian Cox who was there in time to bat it away. Brian Cox, what a story he is. East St. Louis from the ghetto. He said, I told my father he shouldn't sell and do drugs. He said, when my father died, the day before he died, he called everyone in the family but me because he didn't like the fact that I went against that path. Very open and candid. And it's Troy Benson knocking away from Brad Lamb.
To this point, Buffalo with nothing really sustained in this first half. It looks like Buffalo is searching around quite a bit to find something that will work, but they're getting a different defensive look. It's going to take them some time at halftime to figure out what might work.
3rd and 10. Lots of time for Kelly. got the first down at the 45-yard line. Buying time on the roll. Hits Brad Lamb. Lamb with his third catch of the year, 14 yards, and paid the price.
He got hammered. Kelly does an excellent job of avoiding the rush. Steps up inside the right tackle. Coleman, 90, gets close, but not close enough. And then Kelly throws back across the middle, into the middle of the field there. That's dangerous, but Kelly's books title it Armed and Dangerous. He doesn't mind taking chances with that football.
Troy Vincent made the tackle. Steve Tasker is in for Lamb.
Kelly has a line he uses for his receivers. Sometimes they have plays where there's no primary. He says, stay alert and keep running. I'll find you.
From the 45, another first down, 6 minutes and 10 seconds left in the half. Out of the backfield to Thomas. And Thomas, first down, Miami, 43-yard line.
There's the defensive coordinator, Tom Olivadotti. I'm surprised he didn't try to, give him an arm bar or something, push him into the bench, something like that.
That's the nightmare for those defensive coaches around the league. Thurman Thompson. Thomas, how do you stop him? On first down. Kelly wide open to Pete Metzelaars, and the tight end has his first catch. That's close to a first down at the 33. Cox and Jackson with a tackle.
They're finding... That's the one thing you got to love about the Buffalo offense. I don't care who you are, even though you're a Miami Dolphin fan. This Buffalo offense has so many offensive weapons. They find a way to get to a series that continually works. They just keep searching. Kelly keeps talking to Frank Reich. What are we getting in this situation? Let's try this. This may be the most changeable offense in the NFL. Some of it, a lot of it, at the line of scrimmage.
Man, they force you to play your 11 men, basically, although Don Shula and Olivadotti have been able to get a couple of men on the field in between these quickly ordered plays by Kelly as they measure for a first down, and it appears, just enough. At the 33-yard line, Brad Lamb, out for a play after being hit by Vincent, is back in the lineup, and Metzelaars left with a limp after that last catch. There's Lamb, who played at Anderson, Indiana, NAIA Division II school. All 7 plays on this successful drive after the Miami touchdown through the air. 5 completed by Kelly. Wonderful change of direction talent of Thurman Thomas. He's inside the Miami 30.
The Miami Dolphin defensive coaches didn't think that this hybrid defense would work throughout the entire game. Now Buffalo is beginning to catch on to what they're seeing here defensively. So the next adjustment now must come from the Miami defense to stop this drive.
Now they put Thomas out in a slot on the right, triple right. And they throw the other way, and it's picked off. J.B. Brown.
He's fast.
He could go all the way if they can stop Kelly. And Kelly, how about that? Kelly denies a touchdown. A man who admits that he has the temperament of a linebacker, not a quarterback, would not be denied. Fought off a block and saved the score, but J.B. Brown takes it all the way to the Buffalo 34-yard line.
Excellent coverage by Miami. Forced Jim Kelly to go to an alternate receiver. And J.B. Brown with excellent coverage comes up with the second interception of the day for Miami.
The last one by Lewis Oliver led to the touchdown score. Keith Jackson. Clayton left, Duper right. Page. And it's Higgs behind Page. Mark Higgs, the little guy. Skipping out of bounds with a first down at the 20-yard line. James Williams, the cornerback, with a tackle, a 13-yard play. Let's go back to the interception.
And as you watch this play, watch the coverage down the field. Excellent coverage all over, and you see at the top of the screen that I don't believe that that's the primary receiver. J.B. Brown does an excellent job of getting in front of the receiver. It was intended for Brad Lamb, and Kelly does get him to the sideline.
There's a 40-yard return. They mark the ball at the 21. First down, Miami. with 4 minutes, 6 seconds left in the half. 10-3 Dolphins. Higgs again, inside handoff, has about 5 yards. Jeff Wright, the nose tackle from Central Missouri State, with a piece of the action, along with Carlton Bailey. He played at North Carolina.
Well, let's give credit to this Miami Dolphin offensive line. They have done an outstanding job against a very stout defensive line and linebackers here of Buffalo in their home park. These guys have not been intimidated. They've done an excellent job of just changing up enough to slow up the pass rush of Buffalo.
Well, Buffalo had a slow half at New England last week. It's a team averaging 38 points a game. Marino underneath to Clayton. Clayton inside the 10-yard line. It's 1st and goal, Miami. And with that catch, Mark Clayton has tied Nat Moore for the all-time career catch lead in Dolphin history. 510 coming up.
They call this an option route. Basically, the offense allows the receiver to make the cut he wants. The quarterback and the receiver read the defender, and if they're on the same page, the completion is made. Clayton still with great quickness and 3 mighty fine receivers right there.
And Clayton playing his first game of the year, injured at the start with that neck problem. Higgs. He just burrows his way for about 3 to the 5-yard line. Not much to hit at 5'7", Higgs, except a lot of legs.
He does hide and hide well. Tony Page was up at the line of scrimmage acting like a tight end, had a pretty decent block, and then Richmond Webb pulls. He's right behind him. Yeah, he's tough to find. Said that when he was in Dallas, he was behind Herschel Walker. Herschel never came out of the game. Went to Philadelphia. Randall Cunningham threw it. Finally gets a chance to run it in Miami.
And gained over 900 yards last season. Down to the 2-minute timeout, and I don't think they'll get a play off. Now there it is, a 2-minute warning. So when we return, 2 minutes left in the first half, the Miami Dolphins trying to add to a 10-3 lead.
Silver summer, silver time, silver line girl in the silver suit look so fine, look so fine. Silver line, silver top, silver fish, silver wish come from here, right from here. Ooh, and it tastes so good. Cool light is alright here now. Cool light is alright here now.
Rust. What it can do to the outside of your car, weak, neglected antifreeze can do to the inside. You need the tough anti-corrosion formula of Prestone. Use fresh Prestone every year to give your radiator and cooling systems heavy-duty rust and corrosion protection. No matter what happens to the outside, Prestone protects the inside. Prestone stops the rust that stops your car.
While the fluid styling of the Mazda 929 may be timeless, this generous offer from Mazda is considerably shorter. Now you can lease the 929, complete with dual airbags, anti-lock brakes, and European leather, for just $349 per month. So see your Mazda dealer today. Like all good things, this offer must soon come to an end.
The Bills. With the NFL's top offense, Kelly and company have their sights set on a 3rd straight AFC championship. The Raiders. Their trouncing by the Bills in the championship game 2 years ago still has the silver and black seeing red. Now they clash again. An NBC football doubleheader next Sunday.
Back in Buffalo, stay tuned at halftime. The Domino's Pizza halftime report. O.J. Simpson will just take him right out of that picture with Bob and Coach Bill and Will. He'll be down on the sidelines with the report. And we'll also have a special tribute to our close friend Bill Walsh after that sensational upset at Notre Dame yesterday. Meanwhile, upset on the minds of Buffalo because Miami is trying to engineer just that, leading 10-3. It's 2nd and goal at the 5 in the final 2 minutes of the half. Touchdown! And into a crowd with tally surrounding Tony Page. Had to dig out the number. Tony Page using his girth to ward off enough of the defense to find an opening for Marino.
And Dick, again, it appeared the primary receiver was Keith Jackson. Page is on. He runs the circle. The tight end runs the other pattern. Oh, a great job by Marino avoiding Shane Conlon. There's Jackson, 88, standing in the end zone. Tony Page, 6 points.
Now the try for point by Stoyanovich. 2 pass interceptions, 14 points for Miami. And this is a score that will stun crowds around the NFL. 1:55 left in the first half, 17-3 as you watch Keith Jackson setting up in territorial, much like a center, getting room in the post in basketball. Meanwhile, Page has the touchdown.
Liberty Mutual Insurance presents Legends of the Game. In a career which rewrote the record book, this quarterback led the Redskins to the NFL championship as a rookie. But in his storybook career, the chapters kept getting better. A triple threat, he led the NFL in punting and interceptions in 1943. Who was this legend?
Back when all anyone could talk about was how fast cars could go, Liberty Mutual was thinking about how safe cars could be. So we began research on the safety belt, airbag, and anti-lock brakes.
There were 2 persons injured and 1 killed. The dead was James Byron Dean.
Sammy Baugh entered the record books and the Hall of Fame by leading the NFL in passing 6 times. A true legend of the game.
Take one and action. Hey, what's the best thing about breakfast at McDonald's?
Coffee.
Pour it out of the cup, it's steaming, it's dark and rich.
I pour it personally.
Coffee fresh?
Fresh brewed. Fantastic cup of coffee.
So what's the secret?
Arabica.
Oh, what's an Arabica?
Arabica beans.
Oh, the beans. And what else?
It's always fresh.
It just tastes good.
And they like to come in and talk with each other, and just like the small coffee shop long ago.
How much a coffee refill?
They're free. What you want is what you get.
It's guaranteed.
What's up?
Yeah.
Dan Marino's second touchdown throw of this first half as he drills it into Tony Page.
Oh, I believe you on the sideline does not like what he sees. Miami has pretty much pushed his defense around the field. The 2 turnovers have produced points. This is not the way Buffalo has in the last 2 or 3 years played at home at all.
Well, this is running true to the hopes and the game plan of Don Shula, that we must force some turnovers and take advantage, and almost as if he wrote the script. Prophetic. And now Buffalo on a very important series here at home. 1:55 left in the half. Plenty of time for the Buffalo offense to try to get a score, and not just a field goal. Down 17-3. 2 quick interceptions, 2 scores here in the second quarter for Shula. And meanwhile, as we anticipate Buffalo getting the ball, Thurman Thomas with only 18 yards rushing. Both Higgs and Humphrey have more, each with 22. Stoyanovich. He doesn't give you much of a chance to return him, does he? Fuller will take the touchback.
This next 80 yards, very important. Here is the touchdown. Here's Keith Jackson. Here is Tony Page running the circle route. It works perfectly. Marino has his choice. Tight end kind of clears out the area. Page right underneath. Touchdown reception counts.
Injured Dolphin on that kickoff is Chris Green, number 42. Second-year defensive back from Illinois. In fact, he and Henry Jones, the starting safety for Buffalo, were teammates with the Illini at the corners.
Frankly, I'm not surprised on those kickoffs and kickoffs returns. There's not somebody lying out there on the turf after every one of them.
As close to mayhem as you can find in this sport. Thurman Thomas, we talked about him in the NFL Live segment. Again, in our opening today, Bob Trumpy, 18 yards rushing. He's got some more yardage catching, but has been held about as well as you can. Check this talent. Miami's defense. He has 4 catches, 34 yards. He's around 50 yards for the half, which isn't bad, but it's not up to his standards.
You can see, too, that they're still trying to get him the ball. He's got 4 catches, 7 carries. They are trying to get Thurman Thomas into this offense. And I agree, this hybrid defense that Miami has used with the combination of man-to-man coverage, zone coverage, Tom Olivadotti and his staff got it together, and we're going to try this week. And so far, it's slowed Buffalo down.
Well, they used to call Bob Trumpy the king of the beach out there at Glendale Junior College, but not anymore. Karch Kiraly next Saturday on NBC. The world's best volleyball player defends that title, king of the beach, against a strong field. Given the grueling round-robin tournament structure, does promise to be no day at the beach for these volleyball stars. That's next Saturday at 3:30 on NBC.
Karch Kiraly may be the most extraordinary athlete I have ever met.
He'd have been a star in almost any sport he would have selected.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Keith Erickson, as Chris Green helped off the field. Keith Erickson, the great basketball star with UCLA and then later in the pros with the Lakers. They said the same thing about him. He was an All-America volleyball player, and they said if he wanted to play baseball, he'd have been a great shortstop. I had the feeling they even look a little like Kiraly, that kind of talent.
His standing jump is extraordinary.
We'll give you a report on Chris Green as soon as we receive it. Kelly down the middle, knocked away. Reaching in was Bestie Jackson. He's that extra defensive back that Olivadotti has used primarily to shadow Thomas, but then to help out as he does here.
You see, that's double coverage. It's Oliver on the inside, Bestie Jackson on the outside. Excellent execution of a defense that's been very well designed in this first half.
Incomplete, intended for Reed at the 28-yard line. This time it was Jackson again.
Miami was worried, the fans were worried that Louis Oliver was going to be matched up on Andre Reed, and Reed has had some big games. But this 5th defensive back that the Buffalo Bills are looking at really causing some problems for Buffalo and Jim Kelly.
Boy, this is about as quiet as you'll ever hear it at Rich Stadium. That'll bring them out of their seats as Andre Reed, a long strike to the 48-yard line. Louis Oliver, the tackler, 28 yards on that play.
Looked like J.B. Brown. They were trying to combo coverage once again. Reed is the slot receiver straight down the field. Oliver from the inside, J.B. Brown from the outside. Now, this Miami defense is going to be kind of in a prevent mode with 1:37 to go in the half, but that's what Buffalo is hoping.
Timeout taken by the Bills to stop the clock at the 1:37 mark. Reed is 3rd catch today, his 498th. He's the all-time pass catcher in Buffalo history, and this is only his 8th season out of Kutztown, Pennsylvania.
With 1:37 to go in the second half, you can see the umbrella coverage here by the deep backs. You'll see the linebackers drop in coverage, and Reed just runs right down the seam. Time for Kelly, well found. They finds him, and Reed has the guts to stand in there and make that catch. I mean, it's hard to find receivers knowing they're about to get hammered to go up for that football. Reed is one tough receiver in this league.
And does anyone throw the ball better between those numbers than Kelly?
Kelly's number 1.
This time he goes to the sideline. Reed! One-handed try. Bestie Jackson on the coverage. Now the ball here at Rich Stadium with the tricky winds, especially when once you throw the ball to the side, then the wind has more of an opportunity to play, and Kelly, of course, knows that best of all. And one of the reasons why down the center of the field he is so tough.
Yeah. And they don't practice in the stadium that much. They have a practice facility that's over there. Has a dome on it.
Over the middle and a first down at the 38-yard line is James Lofton. And the Bills will hurry to the line of scrimmage.
Again, finding weapons. He runs the slant. Brown is just a little bit late getting there, and Kelly again, crisp.
1:12 left Kelly from a crowd has to throw it away. Rob Awalt, acquired as a backup tight end with the injuries to Keith McKellar and Ed Thomas. Awalt, Plan B, picked from Dallas by Denver, and then as a free agent signed by Buffalo when they were in the tight end crisis. Hasn't caught a ball yet for the Bills. That stops the clock. 1:08 left in the half. Thurman Thomas to the 16-yard line before Lewis Oliver can make the tackle.
Great job, Jim Kelly. Excellent coverage. Rolls to Thurman Thomas. You're going to see this entire thing unfold. You're going to see part of the pattern. There's Thomas. He goes behind the linebacker. Cox 51. Ron Cox underneath. Beautiful throw by Kelly for the first down.
Well, wait. Let's see if there's a flag on the play. I don't see one on the field.
Second charge. Timeout.
Oh, just a timeout.
40-second timeout.
The officials were huddling as if a penalty had been called. So one timeout left for Buffalo.
Well, you can see the familiarity between Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas. This is the way his pattern kind of ends up. Like that. He's just avoiding coverage, and Kelly stays with it. Now, Miami does a pretty good job of covering him here, but Thurman Thomas's biggest point, when Kelly runs right, Thomas runs right. He runs with the quarterback so they can make the completion. Big hit. First down. Again, Kelly orchestrating, move here, move there. Great touch on the football.
How about the touch by our director, John Gonzalez, producer, John Ferencz? They had the two principals in focus all the way. Thomas now just 18 yards rushing, but 56 catching. And Buffalo has moved quickly downfield. And with just under a minute remaining, trailing 17-3, it's Kelly to work again. To the end zone, Thomas couldn't quite get there.
Oh, he broke over the top of the linebacker. Boy, if he doesn't break over the top of the linebacker, I think they've got 6. But let's give credit to Brian Cox, 51. He does an excellent job in coverage. He stays between the quarterback and the receiver, and Kelly's got to throw it over Thurman Thomas's head.
53 seconds left in the half. Still don't get to Kelly, and finally ball batted incomplete. Jeff Cross, who has been the sack master of the Miami Dolphins, number 91, has led them the last several years, but doesn't have a sack this season, was pressuring Kelly on that one. 49 seconds. Buffalo still with one timeout left. This is the 10th play of their drive. Touchdown! Andre Reed. Reed's second touchdown of the season. And Buffalo indeed shows why they are the top offense in the NFL as they strike quickly here at the end of the half.
This offense just does not give up. Don Shula knows that. He told us yesterday they wear defenses out.
Christie adds the extra point. 17-10.
Andre Reed in the slot, left side, 83. An excellent move around Bestie Jackson, and look at the confidence Kelly has in Andre Reed. I mean, he knows he's going to get open. He throws it before Andre Reed looks. The ball is perfect. Here's Reed. It's all Andre Reed. And look at the confidence that Jim Kelly has. Watch Kelly when he throws it. How in the world can he suspect or hope that Andre Reed is going to get open? He trusts his athletic ability, and they get it done. You can't keep us down all day, he says.
Andre Reed, who leads the NFL in yardage receiving coming into this game, has 62 yards today, 4 catches. It's been a very happy weekend for him. He announced his engagement on Friday night. And Well, his bride-to-be wore about the biggest smile Buffalo will ever see. Andre was almost like a little guy. Said, well, don't tell too many. I said, we'll only mention it once today. 80 yards and 10 plays. It took Kelly only a minute and 10 seconds. So with 45 seconds left in the half, it's Christie kicking to Williams and Craver. Williams to the 24-yard line. Mark Pike made the tackle. Didn't take long. 70 seconds, 80 yards, and it's 17-10. Next Sunday, NBC Sports presents another NFL doubleheader, and we'll be telling you more about that, as well as reviewing all the scores and highlights. NFL Live, Domino's Pizza coming up at halftime. Bob of the gang with all the early games today. 39 seconds left in the half. You wonder if Shula, this deep in his own end and a 7-point lead, would want to take any chances or whether they'll just run it out. But they bring Marino into the shotgun. And Marino, sliding away from trouble, is across the 30-yard line.
Interesting to note that Keith Jackson not in this package. I think eventually, 4 or 5 weeks from now, I think Keith Jackson will be a part of this package.
Loose defense by Buffalo. Time running out in the half. Safety valve pass underneath to Bobby Humphrey, who juggles and gains 5. Talley and Jackson there. And just that little episode is enough for Shula to say, wait a minute, let's not do anything foolish, but he does use his final timeout. And from the 35-yard line, a chance for a long desperation play.
One Hail Mary.
See if he brings in Keith Jackson in this situation. Nope.
Right in front of him. One of the greatest centers in the history of the NFL, Dwight Stevenson.
I mean, they just, everyone who played with and against Dwight Stevenson, who was in his first year as a assistant line coach, say that they don't make them like Stevenson, who played at Alabama, was an all-pro almost every year as the center. And when he was injured, before his time should have come, it just changed that whole offensive line. Yeah. Miami dropped when Stevenson went down.
And they also have added to this coaching staff one Joe Green. So there is a great deal of prestige on the sideline for these young Miami Dolphin football players to learn from. Stevenson, technically, as to the fundamentals and the use of the hands and movement, one of the best. And Joe Green was probably one of the most brutal players on the field, just with sheer power, and off the field was just like that guy in the soft drink commercial. Hey, kid, and throws him his jersey.
Sweetheart. So they go with a flood formation to the right. Buffalo's deep defense back at their own 30-yard line. Marino up into that gale. And it is intercepted at the 35-yard line. And battling all the way to the 40 is James Williams as the first half comes to an end. Unbeaten Miami, unbeaten Buffalo, and the underdogs from South Florida have a 17-10 lead at the intermission, converting 2 interceptions into 2 touchdowns as Keith Jackson has debuted. And now to New York and Bob Costas.
This is the Domino's Pizza NFL Live Halftime Report, brought to you by Domino's. Nobody knows like Domino's how you like pizza at home.
Okay, our thanks to Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy. And before we hear from Bill Parcells and Will McDonough, let's show you some of the highlights from the first half in Buffalo, with the Dolphins leading at 17-10. And there's Keith Jackson. People wondered how long it would be before he could make an impact. Well, in this first half, not very long at all. Marino over the middle. Jackson with the catch. It set up a 30-yard Stoyanovich field goal. Then following a Lewis Oliver interception of Jim Kelly, Marino scrambling right, finding Jackson, makes the grab, and then dives to the pylon, and he's in there for the 24-yard touchdown that makes it 10-3 Miami. Kelly will be intercepted for a second time. J.B. Brown picks it off, returns it 48 yards to the Bills' 34 before Kelly is able to get in front of him and nudge him out of bounds. The Dolphins capitalize on the interception. Marino hitting Tony Page for the 5-yard touchdown, which gave them a 17-3 lead. Then Kelly comes back with the 16-yard touchdown pass to Andre Reed for Kelly, his 11th TD toss of the season, brings them to within a touchdown and an extra point by halftime at 17-10 in favor of the underdog Dolphins. Chicago is in front at Minnesota. Harbaugh has thrown a 28-yard touchdown pass to Tom Waddle. Kevin Butler has 2 field goals, one a 50-yarder at the half. 13-0 Bears over the Vikes. Detroit is in front at home against New Orleans. They've just now gone to the 3rd quarter. The Lions with a 7-3 advantage, but Barry Sanders still can't get going. 6 carries for 22 yards in the first half. Tampa Bay is in front at home halftime against Indianapolis. The Bucs are 3-1. The Colts are 1-2. The score here is 14-7. Jeff George returns. First game he has played since the preseason, but 2 of his first 3 passes were intercepted. Green Bay is at Atlanta. Chris Miller threw 2 first-quarter touchdown passes, and now they have added a field goal early in the 3rd, so they were up 14-0 at the half. They've nudged it to 17-0 at home over the Packers early in the 3rd. Now let's talk a bit more about the Dolphins and the Bills and get Bill Parcells' thoughts.
Well, this is the way the game went last year in Buffalo for Miami. They had a 17-7 lead. Now, they've been talking about the preseason and during the early part of the regular season. Miami's defense has improved. They have a lead now. We'll see if they can hold it.
Willie?
I think, Bob, what Miami has done here is picked up on what Denver did in the AFC Championship game against Buffalo last year. Paid special attention to trying to take Thurman Thomas out of the game, get a lot of pressure on Kelly, but most of all, you know, Kelly just, when he gets in trouble, likes to dump the ball off to Thomas and get out of it that way. He hasn't been able to do that today.
What does Keith Jackson's addition mean? Long range. We see that he's had an impact in this first half. What does it mean long range to Marino?
25% more firepower. He uses the whole field now. Shula wants all his receivers to be able to use the field. All those guys got to be able to catch the ball. But if I were Dan Marino, I would try to put some more points up because Buffalo scored 97 points the second half in these 4 games this year.
Okay, we've got to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll take a look back to yesterday's game at Notre Dame between the Irish and Stanford. A great coaching job by Bill Walsh, and Bill Parcells will give us his take on it following this message from the National Football League and a word from your local station.
She's Gloria Estefan, world-famous performer and star of the 1992 Super Bowl Spectacular.
As a performer, I've known great victories, as well as great challenges. But I also realize that there are people right here in Miami fighting to come back from life's challenges. They all need our help and our love. Here in Miami, through the United Way, we're helping people every day to make it back into the light. That's why I joined with my buddies Keith Sims, John Offerdahl, and Reggie Roby of the Miami Dolphins. We're all part of the United Way team. When you give the United Way, you can be assured you're helping people right here in Miami. I learned you can win even when the odds are against you. That's why we all need the United Way, now, more than ever.
Your local United Way, helping where help is needed most.
This message furnished by the National Football League.
He's an urban hood.
What a great day!
Hiding out in suburban hood.
Keep your nose clean. Capiche? You trying to say capiche?
Steve Martin, Rick Moranis.
There's enough of us here to start a crime wave.
The network premiere, My Blue Heaven, NBC tonight.
What a day for a mo, huh?
Secret pleasures come out of the back room into the courtroom.
Is this material offensive to you?
When Mark Harmon tracks a porno killer, a provocative new Reasonable Doubt, NBC Tuesday.
Introducing the new minivan store at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Compare the widest range of America's most popular minivans, all under one roof. Voyager, an outstanding family value. Grand Voyager, even more spacious. The luxurious Chrysler Town & Country. If you're looking for a minivan, any minivan, first see the experts who sold over 3 million. The minivan store, only at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, where real advantages make a real difference.
You're about to see an amazing detergent at work. Just look for the big red O. Drive in,
Fill up with Mobil Super Unleaded Plus. And it starts working. Unclogging fuel injectors, cleaning intake valves as you drive, giving your car performance that's trouble-free. So drive your engine clean with Mobil Super Unleaded Plus, the detergent gasoline.
Catch Sports Extra where the sports nuts get their fill. Sunday night at 11:30 only on Channel 2. This is the Domino's Pizza NFL Live Halftime Report, brought to you by Domino's. Nobody knows like Domino's how you like pizza at home.
With Will McDonough and Bill Parcells during this halftime segment, we're going to take a look back to what happened yesterday in South Bend, Indiana. True, it was a great win for Stanford, but it was also a great insight into Bill Walsh. This is one of the defining moments in his coaching career in his own terms. Even though he's won 3 Super Bowls, he talked about yesterday's game as one of the highlights of his entire career, and it had the hallmarks of the coaching style of Bill Walsh. They fall behind 16-0. His team doesn't panic. They come back, and they do it with an offensive package, the likes of which the most college teams never have to face.
But it looks familiar to me, Bob. The first play is vintage 49er offense. You see the fullback, J.J. Lastly, sneaking underneath the Notre Dame blitz coverage. Steve Sinstrom, the quarterback, fakes the sweep, bootlegs out, eludes the rush just in time to get it to Lastly, who takes it in for a 20-16 Stanford lead.
Now later, they're going to be up by 7. And Walsh has no time to celebrate. Notice how composed he'll be on the sideline as we get a look at him here. They got the ball at their own 20. They want to eat up some time, but they don't just want to plunge into the line, and he's got a creative way to approach that, too.
Well, this is vintage 49er power right here, the sweep. I can see Wendell Tyler running this, Linville Elliott running this from years back in Sinstrom to Milburn here. Big gain in the last drive.
And here's Walsh after the game on this very play.
That's the Bob sweep that Sid Gilman developed in the early 60s. And that was a big part of our San Francisco offense, and with other clubs I've worked with and been with. And the Glenn Milburn's ideal, and I don't think Notre Dame has seen the Bob sweep.
And the key to these drives, which won the game for them in the second half, the unorthodox mixing of the run and the pass, going to each when you'd least expect it. Certainly not by the textbook, but by his intuition and his preparation.
Well, 4 receivers strong, and they sneak the tight end back to the weak side. Sinstrom gets it to him, another big play.
Does it look familiar? Maybe it should. This is from the '81 NFC title game, the legendary win over Dallas. Here's Montana on the late drive, finding Freddie Solomon here that set them up for the winning TD pass to Dwight Clark. And then here's the sweep. Here's that so-called Bob sweep, and a guy whose name you mentioned, Linville Elliott, gets it here.
Looks familiar to me. There they go with good power, guards out in front, knocking the Dallas defenders down. Here's the same thing yesterday. Milburn, same sweep, in for the easy touchdown.
And Walsh allowing himself a moment of quiet celebration on the sideline. Just for those of you who might be curious, Bob sweep, back, fullback, on backer, linebacker. He is not that surprised, based on a conversation you had with him this summer, not that surprised that he was able to beat Notre Dame.
That's right. I think he was very confident he could beat Notre Dame, Bob. I talked with him. He visited the Olympics. We talked one night, and I asked him about his schedule, and he says, yeah, we'll win about 8 or 9 games, and we're going to beat a couple of teams people don't think we can beat. And I said, who? He said, Notre Dame. And when he came in, you know, big underdog yesterday, I think it was just what he wanted. He was confident against Notre Dame that he could score against their defense.
The other thing is, these defensive coordinators, these young guys in college football, they better start watching some film because they're not going to catch up with Bill Walsh in 3 weeks film exchange. They got to go back 5, 6, 7 years, see what he did out there. That's vintage 49er stuff we're seeing.
How would you prepare for him? I realize you didn't play him that often, not being in the same division.
We played him enough to satisfy me. We played him 7 or 8 times, and we would go back and look at what they attacked us with only, and not look at the attack on other teams in our division or in the conference.
Like you say, not many college coaches will have faced the sort of package, which obviously doesn't have the same sort of personnel, but it's the same idea, it's the same overview that he brought to the 49ers.
Well, they don't have the pass defense scheme in college football that Walsh is used to attacking, so this is kind of elementary stuff for the Stanford offense right now.
Okay, and we continue following these messages from your local stations.
Tuesday.
I want a divorce.
Sam's mission is to save a marriage until another woman steals his heart.
I hope I'm not interrupted.
It's A Heart Divided on Quantum Leap, NBC Tuesday. Wednesday. It's every parent's nightmare when your daughter's jilted boyfriend returns for revenge.
What is it with your daughter?
Share the outrage when he outwits the courts.
I'll take my chances with the jury.
USA Today calls it miles above the best.
Objection.
A must-see Law & Order, NBC Wednesday.
Because the sitter doesn't take credit cards. When you're out of town and out of money. When you just don't want to use a credit card. The Fleet 24 Select Card. Use it like a check at stores and restaurants worldwide. Or to get cash at thousands of ATM locations across the Northeast. Fleet 24 Select Card only from Fleet Bank. The card that can make a difference for you.
Instant replay. Watch Goal to Go, the post-game show, Sunday on Channel 2.
Welcome back to Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. The Buffalo Bills, who have won 17 consecutive games against AFC Eastern opponents and have beaten Miami 10 of the last 11 overall. Trailing 17-10 as we look at the Coors Light halftime statistics. Very evenly played. Buffalo with more yards. The 2 turnovers the key. The turnover for Miami was that last play pass of the half, intercepted, but the 2 interceptions led to 14 points for the Dolphins and a 17-10 lead as we go down to O.J. Simpson.
Thank you, Dick. You know, the Bills seemed a lot like the Buffalo Bills that played in the championship game last year against Denver. They seemed somewhat confused by what the Dolphins were doing to them. Now, when we went up the tunnel at halftime, I was talking to Jim Kelly. I said, what's going on, Jim? He says, well, they're playing a nickel defense at us. We should be able to run the football in the second half. We got to be able to run the football if we're going to beat these guys. But they still seem somewhat confused. Now, I talked to Joe Green, defensive line coach of the Dolphins. I said, what happened on that last drive? He said, O.J., we had them just where we want them. We're in the defense that we wanted. We just started playing a little soft. But Trumpy, if they don't start running on this defense, the Buffalo Bills could have some problems.
Yeah, Juice, I agree with you. Thurman Thomas just 18 yards rushing, and this nickel package is very interesting. Again, 2 defensive linemen, 2 outside linebackers crashing the outside, 2 inside linebackers. I clear that, and 5 defensive backs. And that's where the problem lies. When you look at that defense, you think you can run the football. Up in the middle, it appears that this defense is vulnerable. But I think now that they've had a half to go in, look at the Polaroid pictures, and get conversation from the coaches upstairs, now they can decide how they go at this defense. I think the next change here, Dick, has to come from Alibadati. They got to find another little change in their defense here to keep the confusion level of Buffalo up.
So Don Shula's team with a 17-10 lead. And the Buffalo Bills with a halftime to look over those defensive schemes of the Dolphins and make their adjustments. And the team that has represented the American Football Conference in the last 2 Super Bowls, the Buffalo Bills, will have to rally from behind, and that's a fairly rare experience for Buffalo, especially here at home, where, as we documented earlier, they have dominated opponents since 1988. The measure of Marino and Kelly, 2 of the game's top quarterbacks, 2 of the class of 1983. And it'll be Marino who will be on center stage first as Steve Christie kicks it off to open the second half. Goes to Aaron Favor, the second-year man from Fresno State, and he does not make it back to the 20-yard line. Good coverage by the Buffalo Bills. Marino on the field, and we'll check as he brings on this offense whether or not Don Shula is elected to go with Keith Jackson as part of this initial group. Jackson, in case you're just joining us, signing as a free agent. No, it's Farrell Edmonds who's not happy. He realizes that with the acquisition of Jackson that his role may be more limited. And Jackson produced a touchdown catch, and a brilliant one it was in the first half. They're leading 17-10. Miami starts from just across the 17-yard line. And it's Higgs. And he does not get much more than a yard into the teeth of that Buffalo defense. Jeff Wright and Phil Hansen, the tacklers.
No gain, second and 10.
Dick, the Buffalo offense struggling a little bit today against this hybrid Miami defense is up to the defense here at Buffalo now to gain control of this second half.
No gain on first down. Threw it away. Tony Martin, the closest white shirt. Good downfield coverage from Buffalo.
Well, you know, we came into this game and O.J. Simpson had talked to Webb. The offensive line of Miami done an outstanding job on Bruce Smith. I mean, keeping that young man at the line of scrimmage is extraordinary. Miami's done a great job all day long.
Marino has not converted a third down, 0 for 3, and this is a tough one deep in his own end. What a throw, and it's Bobby Humphrey. First down across the 35-yard line. Henry Jones made the stop. 18 yards on the play.
Well, that's the value of Bobby Humphrey. Here you see him sitting in the backfield. Watch when he gets out here in the flat, the move he puts on Darryl Talley. Talley initiates the contact. Humphrey wins the contact battle, bounces away from him, and Marino puts it right on the money for a big third down conversion. Now watch once again. Here he is. He's going to do this, but watch the contact when Talley hits him. If you're a receiver, you expect that contact, but you want to win it. And then Marino right on the money.
But all the news is not good for Miami. On the play, starting left guard Keith Sims, who's injured, helped off the field, and Gene Williams has replaced him. 17-10. Miami leads it. First series, second half. Marino gunning. Mark Duper with a catch at the Buffalo 45, but a flag is down where one would suspect holding. Illegal use of the hands against the Dolphins. And Miami, through Don Shula's career, often the least penalized teams in the NFL.
Illegal use of hands. Number 78, offense. 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's the offensive tackle. 78 on 78. Illegal use of the hands. Yeah, the hand up under the face mask. That's why the penalty is thrown.
And a 10-yard ticket. And also the loss of nearly a 20-yard play. So they mark it back to the 26-yard line. You see Miami penalized 30 yards and Buffalo but 5.
Was that 5 penalties to 1? 5 against Miami, 1 against Buffalo? What a change.
Keith Jackson splits out, slots to the right. Marino underneath, complete to Fred Banks. Immediately hit by Darryl Talley.
Gain of 6.
Talley, the last couple of years. We understand that getting an injury report, didn't get all of it there. Maybe cornerback Chris Green, a sprained knee. Remember on the kickoff after one of the Miami touchdowns, he will not return today. No report yet on Sims. Second down, 14. Incomplete, and Keith Jackson was ever so close to turning in another big play. That ball seemed to float on him.
Miami's found something here in this formation. That's Shane Conlon, inside linebacker, 58 on Keith Jackson. Conlon cannot cover it, even though there's help underneath. Boy, that's almost a completion for a big play, and that's the weaponry that Dan Marino now has. You've got a guy big enough that he warrants a linebacker in coverage, fast enough and quick enough to look for a defensive back out there on a regular basis.
You see, Keith Sims is back in the lineup. Yeah, Jackson told us yesterday, I think of myself more as a wide receiver than a tight end. Flag down. This is no play. No play, even though Humphrey makes the catch. It was whistled dead. Couldn't hear it over the crowd. Bruce Smith either drawn offside or got an early jump against Richmond Webb.
False start. Number 78 for the offense.
Richmond Webb
5-yard penalty.
trying to get that quick jab step in position to stop Bruce Smith. That's the second penalty against him in this series.
78 on 78. I think Bruce Smith makes Richmond Webb move. Now, tackles, when they're out there on that island, Dick, they've got a choice. Watch the football, lose track of Bruce Smith, or watch Bruce Smith and listen for the snap. Bruce Smith tricked him that time and got 5 yards against the offensive tackle.
3rd and 19. Is caught downfield, and that'll be a first down on the ricochet. Mark Clayton comes up with it. Oh, what a play. Fred Banks had to go through his fingertips and deflect it downfield to Clayton for a 21-yard gain.
Marino flushed slightly, runs to his right. 97 Bennett loses containment, and then this rifle shot just bounces off the hands of Fred Banks, and Clayton does hang on.
Well, that's
tightly.
an interesting way to get your record. The Miami record, 511th catch on a carom to Clayton. James Williams on the tackle has not gotten up yet. So the Miami Dolphins, a big play, their series still alive.
If you depend on your truck to last, here's news you should never forget. Of all the Chevy trucks built in the last 10 years, over 98% are still going strong. That's more than Ford, more than Toyota, more than Nissan. Over the years, no other truck is that dependable, foreign or domestic. Only Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
It's the Domino's Pizza NFL Spectacular. What are these guys into? Piling it on. And if you're into piling it on, get a Domino's medium with unlimited toppings now, just $8.99. And pile it on.
Nobody knows like Domino's.
Wow! I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient Pro, we're guaranteed 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Wow!
Why did Hertz invent #1 Club Gold service? To beat the rush hour. See, every plane and everybody seems to land at once. But with Gold service, there's no stopping at the counters and no paperwork. Instead, you go nonstop to your waiting car with your name in lights. Only Hertz has #1 Club Gold. The best reason yet why Hertz beats the rush hour. To Hertz, the rest of the day is a piece of cake.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Hertz #1 Club Gold. Hertz's fastest service now in more locations coast to coast. By Castrol Syntec, the new synthetic oil that protects in ways others can't. By your Allstate agent who wants to be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate. And by Chevy Trucks, the trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last.
Welcome back in the battle for the leadership of the AFC East. Miami with a first down, and on that first down play, it's Keith Jackson and the quick hitter from quarterback Dan Marino. Cornelius Bennett on the coverage, a gain of about 8.
Now, Bennett is the best linebacker coverage man that Buffalo has. Again, Jackson, nice release. He expects the contact, separates from the defender. Marino's already shown a great deal of confidence in Keith Jackson for having just 3 practices under his belt, Dick.
He's a remarkable player, but this is truly a stunning start for a man who's only been around the football for a few days this year. And accommodating himself being involved in this offense. That'll be a first down as Mark Duper leaping. I know it's Tony Martin on the far sidelines with a leaping catch. Martin with his first grab today, good for 10.
Separating, see Jackson on the inside, zone coverage, Conlon underneath. Martin goes up for a nice catch. Another beautiful throw by Dan Marino, who has a remarkable touch on the football. That quick release, just lobs it over that defender for the completion.
The other 2 undefeated teams, Dallas and Philadelphia, play tomorrow night. I wonder what Randall Cunningham and the Eagle players watching this game must be thinking as they see Keith Jackson. They know best of all of his talent.
It's
on first down. Throws it away. Martin the closest They're going to throw a flag on that. Oh, and Marino can't believe it that they're going to call that grounding. He says, I wasn't in danger of being sacked. I did throw it away, but, oh, that is a tough call.
The referee is the only official in the
Intentional grounding. Number 13 of the offense.
The referee is the only official that can make that ruling. In his determination to avoid a loss of yardage, Dan Marino threw the ball away. Who's threatening him? Bailey is coming close. Boy,
that's a tough call.
That's a very tough call. I'm sure Don Shula.
Loss it down, 10-yard penalty.
Usually overlooked. I mean, that unless somebody's really right on you, almost making the physical contact. Not much of an argument from Shula.
Let's see what.
Oh, oops.
I think I even heard that.
So it'll be loss of down and 10. So 2nd and 20. Back at the 42-yard line. Going long. Martin, he's got it at the 10. He's stopped at the 6. What a throw into the wind. That ball was wobbling, and Martin on the dead fly able to snare it for a 36-yard gain.
Dan Marino shows so much confidence in these receivers. Top of the screen, you see the little separation there by Martin. Williams has excellent speed, but Marino just puts it perfectly where the ball is 3/4 of the way there. When the receiver looks back, it's right on the money. Huge play again by Dan Marino. They have made the big plays today when they've been necessary.
And the other thing that Keith Jackson brings to this offense is he's going to make everyone else better because of the threat that he poses.
He'll draw a lot of coverage.
Barely got this one off, and flags are down as Marino guns it to Page, and Page cartwheels in. It's a touchdown if it counts. There are flags down. Another penalty against Miami.
Illegal formation, offense, 5-yard penalty.
Oh, you don't see this often against Don Shula with so many calls going against the Dolphins.
No, they're not getting any break whatsoever.
50 yards, 8 penalties against Miami today.
Here's the formation they're looking at. That's Page. That's the running back.
Maybe the 2 men wide are not. One of those has to be on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he's got to be on the line of scrimmage. Not enough guys on the line of scrimmage. So the outside receiver is not on the line of scrimmage. That's an excellent call by the officials.
So
there's no question about that.
5-yard penalty, 1st and goal from the 11. Oh, right through Martin's hands, and there wasn't a blue jersey close.
You know why? Keith Jackson drew double coverage in the end zone. There you see him coming into the picture. He drew double coverage. They dropped Martin, and then Martin dropped the ball.
So that seems to be the formation. And Duper and Clayton left. That's Jackson in the slot and Martin to the right.
Watch what happens. Watch what. See the double coverage there at the top? Boy, this kid has gotten instant respect from Buffalo.
2nd and goal. Duper. Not much there. Only 1 yard on that play as Nate Odoms and Kirby Jackson collaborated on the tackle. 3rd and goal from the 10.
That was basically the same play to the other side. Only this time, there wasn't the attention to the receiver in the end zone.
Marv Levy's team down 17-10, but he knows, and so does this big crowd, that Buffalo has owned the second half in the first 4 games this year, outscoring the opposition 97-14. That quick huddle, no huddle offense of Buffalo wears down defenses. Humphrey. It is Humphrey, touchdown. Oh, you saw it all the way. Another flag is down. Does this one count?
Yes, baby, yes!
Against Buffalo, declined, and Don Shula once again enjoys a 2-touchdown advantage.
4 wide receivers, single running back, Bobby Humphrey. Marino locks on him. An excellent pattern run. It's 56 Darryl Talley in coverage. Humphrey does an outstanding job. That's his 5th catch of the day.
9-yard touchdown play. Marino's 3rd touchdown throw of this game. Bobby Humphrey may have missed the flight, but he isn't missing much today. Stoyanovich adds the extra point. 9:23 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Marino to Humphrey. And the Miami Dolphins lead favored Buffalo 24-10.
One of these engines was filled with Castrol Syntec, a new synthetic oil. The rest with conventional oils. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec's unique molecular structure bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oil. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
More than 1 million of you have gotten to know Geo, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced. Get to know Geo at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know you.
In developing a completely new car, the possibilities are endless. At Geo, we brought all the pieces together beautifully. The newest Geo, Geo Prism, coming soon to your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
When we're together, I want her to be thinking about just one thing. Me.
Sometimes I'll just see a certain guy and want to get close to him.
Perspiration's okay when you're playing tennis, but not when you're close.
If a guy smells, it's such a turn-off.
Get a little closer with Arid XX, the anti-odor antiperspirant. Arid XX helps keep you extra, extra dry.
Yeah, I trust Arid.
Well, it's a stunning score at this point, 24-10, and it has been a stunning first game for Miami for Keith Jackson, and all of a sudden Bobby Humphrey, obviously we're going to hear a lot about him this year.
Yeah, I think Jackson is part of that. I mean, he commands so much respect from the defense, you just can't turn him loose in your defensive backfield. So now Humphrey behind him does a good job, the 4 wide receiver.
Wait a minute, you saw Humphrey all the way. How come, I mean, you can call him and the Bills couldn't even stop that play? This guy's a...
No, that's a play they've been running for the last 35 years in the NFL. But the thing, I think, Miami comes, I'm so shocked at this score. Miami comes into this game for respect, and man, they've gotten it to this point.
Again, Stoyanovich deep into the end zone where Fuller takes the touchback. And that was the old Tony Nathan, that little circle pattern over the middle that they've worked so well through the Shula years. Kick used to run it.
This is exactly what they want to do with Bobby Humphrey, and that's why he's in that spot, and they had to let go Jim Jensen. As you look at the formation, you'll see the linebacker coverage, but watch the pattern by Bobby Humphrey, and again, Marino, great confidence in his receivers. He stays with Bobby Humphrey all the way through this. Excellent move. Nice, big, strong running back. Drags him into the end zone for another score.
Kelly, he comes out gunning. And it's Lawson spinning out to the 38 in an 18-yard gain. Just a little footnote on the play, the touchdown play, and the fact is that Marino thrown it a little sooner, the coverage by the linebacker was there for a tackle at the 5, but he waited that extra step, so when he did throw it, he gave his runner a chance to be able to break into the end zone.
Yeah, didn't he tell us yesterday that we run timing routes here in Miami, and the receivers have to get used to that?
Thurman Thomas. Tough to bring down, gets it to the 45-yard line, a pickup of 7.
7-yard run, 2nd and 3.
This is just the first time Buffalo has their hands on the ball in this second half. You wonder, you come out and you're hoping that psychologically you can stop the opponent and get something going. So this is a huge drive for Buffalo.
You saw Thomas move out triple left. This is what worked so well against the 49ers, and this one deflected downfield, incomplete.
Excellent double coverage. Cross on the outside, Offerdahl on the inside.
Brian Cox, who was a 5th-round pick, who was developed after that learning experience as a rookie a season ago into A top-notch linebacker, has 5 sacks this year, 3 forced fumbles, an interception. The AFC Defensive Player of the first month of this year. Wide open. And another first down out at the 45 of Buffalo as Vincent brings down Brad Lamb.
11-yard gain, first down.
Single coverage. Boy, Vincent, the rookie, on Brad Lamb, just a little squaring. Kelly looks all over the field to find these open receivers. You got to keep covering them.
Thomas. Ooh. He runs into trouble as number 92, David Griggs, with a solid hit. No gain.
Well, O.J. Simpson said my Buffalo feels they can run against this defense. They've not really had a sustained running attack. Griggs, a linebacker, being handled there by House Ballard at 345 pounds, makes the tackle.
Thomas averaging less than 3 a carry. Lamb, he's drawing single coverage, and Troy Vincent brings him down at the 30, but hardly a meek effort from Brad Lamb, who has 3 catches today.
Came in with just 2 on the season. Again, Kelly looks over the entire field. Now watch him look over here to Lamb. Make sure that the safety is not there to help underneath. Yeah, that's a catch. He was down. Half a catch. It counts as a whole one.
Deep downfield. Almost a touchdown as the tight end Ewald was right there. Ball was as well. Offerdahl having to trail the tight end.
I don't know what's wrong with Pete Metzelaars. I've not seen him in his first drive of the second half, and of course they're already missing Keith McKellar. Again, Kelly, really, there's Metzelaars on the sideline. No injury report on him yet.
Kelly, plenty of time. And now throws it away. As he felt pressure coming hard from the rookie Marco Coleman, number 90. We understand Metzelaars bruised ribs is the report now we receive, and questionable as to whether or not he can play this second half. Kelly now faces 3rd and 10 at the Miami 30, trailing by 2 touchdowns. We're in the 3rd period, 6:44 to go. His 35th pass of the day, Kelly. He dumps it off to Thomas. Look at that. What a block. Thurman Thomas, who should have been stopped at the line of scrimmage, and Steve Tasker, that special team star for Buffalo, feeling back to knock off a Dolphin.
One thing about this Buffalo team, you got to tackle them the first time. Now watch Tasker, 89. Boom! Second week in a row he got one. That's Lewis Oliver. A shoulder blade shot.
It was about 35 pounds heavier than Tasker. The Tasker, all tough. Boom.
We don't have to run this one again, because tonight on your local news, you'll be able to watch it all over the country. The choir boy will cold cock Giloni.
He'd win on What's My Line. Brian Cox helped off the field for Miami. So Thurman Thomas, with help from a friend, but ripping his way out of a tackle at the line of scrimmage, has the first down at the 18 of Miami. 6 catches, as you can see. Rookie Dwight Hollier, number 50, replaces Cox. Kenneth Davis, the backup for Thomas, and he drives inside the 15 before Offerdahl and Williams can make the tackle. Kenneth Davis, last week we had Anthony Q. Newman, the defensive back of the Los Angeles Rams, who says that because of his father, a pool shark, teaching him at age 3, he is the top pool player in the NFL. And he said, I'd heard about that guy up in the East, way up there in New York, Davis. Might take him on. Kenneth Davis says, yeah, put up his green. Let's see. We'll have a match. Kelly. Incomplete, and Troy Vincent, the rookie cornerback, with an excellent play diving to deny Brad Lamb.
Lamb getting a lot of attention from Jim Kelly. Single coverage by the rookie Troy Vincent. Now that's recovering. He was beaten and comes back and gets underneath that receiver.
You can see why the scouts loved him, the way he exploded at 4.29 speed. 6 minutes to go in the third. Third down and 5, and the toss to Thomas, and he's got a blocker. But an excellent play coming in from the backside from Brian Cox, who had left the field for a play, made the tackle from behind, but it appears that Thomas picked up the necessary yardage for a first down.
Watch this block again. Here's the choir boy once again. Watch this block. Oh, I mean, that's on Marco Coleman, who was close to 270 pounds.
Steve Tasker, 5'9" and 183. First and goal, Buffalo. Misdirection to Thomas. Breaks another tackle and trips at the 5. Defensive play made by John Offerdahl. And coming up, Jarvis Williams from a safety spot.
Now, this is where whatever defense Buffalo is facing is at a tremendous disadvantage. This drive started at the 20. Relentless offense. Now you're getting a defense worn out.
Second and goal from the 5. 14th play of the drive for Kelly. Hit as he throws, incomplete. Didn't have a chance as charging through was Offerdahl again. Offerdahl, who doesn't often blitz, but he's worked that play very effectively today. That's the second time he's forced Kelly to throw as he was being hit, and one led to an interception and a subsequent Miami touchdown.
Yeah, both have worked.
Lofton way out to the right. Lamb split left and Thomas in motion. Third and goal. Intercepted. It is Lewis Oliver again. Does he have a touchdown? Kelly can't get him. Lewis Oliver all the way. 102 yards.
Oh, don't celebrate too much here. Intended receiver, Thurman Thomas. Jim Kelly stuck with him. You'll see Thomas running the motion.
They're now saying, Bob, excuse me, because this is a historic, perhaps, run by Oliver. 105 yards. Kelly just misses him. That'll be close to an all-time record. I don't believe it is the NFL mark, but it's got to be very close.
He's the guy who got hit by Tasker, stays in the ball game, makes an unbelievable play.
Now they're changing it to 103 yards. We've got 3 official distances, and at 103 it will tie the record set by Vincey Glenn of the Chargers in 1987. 103.
It's a 14-point swing is what it is.
Yeah, that's Buffalo about to be back in the game, down by only 7, and instead it's 6 points the other way on a record-tying interception return, 103 yards, as Shula hugs his defensive coordinator.
Oh, he looked scarier 25 years ago.
Did I?
You looked scared.
I don't know. I thought I hit it well for an innocent girl.
You were innocent for the 60s.
Any regrets?
None. You?
Just one.
What?
That I waited 25 years to give you this.
The 25th anniversary diamond, a brilliant celebration of the loving marriage.
I've got goosebumps.
Well, you've given me goosebumps for 25 years.
It takes strength to go climbing 7 days a week.
The sun upon my skin, like a rock. Hard against the wind, like a rock.
That's why one compact pickup powers you with the biggest full-size V6 engine you can get. Only Chevy S10 Tahoe 4x4. Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
This is the runaround. To not get the runaround, call an Allstate agent who promises that after talking with you about your claim, his claims expert will call, usually in an hour. You're in good hands with Allstate.
It's the Domino's Pizza NFL Spectacular. What are these guys into? Piling it on. And if you're into piling it on, get a Domino's medium with unlimited toppings now, just $8.99. And pile it on.
Nobody knows like Domino's.
Steve Martin.
What a great day!
Rick Moranis.
Stay out of trouble.
The network television premiere. My Blue Heaven, NBC tonight.
2 interceptions today by Louis Oliver. The first led to a score by Miami. He took care of business himself. 103 yards, a record-tying interception return for a score. Stoyanovich driving the ball a little shorter this time. Taken by Kenneth Davis. And Davis still battling. Finally dragged down at the 25-yard line. Jim Kelly, as soon as he threw it, knew he was in trouble.
Absolutely. You can see when this ball leaves his hand, Kelly jumps up as if to say, let me have it back. Oh, no. Cover right. He does not make the tackle.
That was a 14-point play. And Marv Levy, what else can you do? Miami 31, Buffalo 10.
In 1993, you'll have over 500 new car models to choose from, and you can be pretty sure that most of them will cost more than they did last year. But this one won't. The Lumina Euro Sedan from Chevrolet. You'll find the features you're looking for, but you won't find a higher number on the sticker. This year's Lumina, last year's prices. Pretty ingenious, huh? What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
Black, the color of shadows and night. Of modern art, foreign films, bold, basic. Black, no other color even comes close. And nobody does black like Dockers.
We built this business. He was wearing those night vision goggles they make. Otherwise, he never could have seen me. Rescued me.
Build this business.
They taught me computer drafting. I earned a degree. Now I've got a job.
They make the parts that connect my pacemaker. Never thought I'd be around to tell you that.
We built this business to build your dreams.
Louis Oliver getting plenty of positive attention along the sidelines and getting ready to go back for more. 103. And for a moment we thought we had a record at 107, but officially 103 yards. And now Buffalo in a real challenge. Second half down by 3 scores. And against most teams, you'd say this game is over. Against Buffalo,
you never know. I did a game here 2 years ago against Denver. They scored 21 points in 77 seconds. You never know.
Now Kelly, 2nd and 10. He's 20 for 39 today. That is on his head as he delivers that one. 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10.
Almost unstoppable the first 4 games of the season, even against a very good team, the San Francisco 49ers at Candlestick. But today, Miami, not noted for its defensive strength in the last few years, has come up with a terrific plan, and it has stymied Kelly so far. Sacked at the 12-yard line, the first sack of the day for the Dolphins, and David Griggs has his 3rd of the season.
Looked like they were trying to set up a screen to Kenneth Davis. He could not get separated from all the defensive linemen, Dick. It's a half roll by Jim Kelly. You see 23 kind of sneaking out of the backfield, and then all of a sudden, Kelly can't find him. Griggs and T.J. Turner, 95 right there, loss of 10 yards.
Chris Moore to punt it. And contact before the snap. Scott Miller will return for Miami.
Well, you know, this is a hockey area of this country. This is a 4-point game for the winner, you know.
False start. Number 35, the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Not much going in the right direction for Buffalo at this point. So Miller moves up to the 50-yard line, anticipating the punt from Chris Moore. Moore grew up in the same small Georgia town as Ray Guy. Drives it out. Miller on the line drive at the 44. And he's all the way to the Buffalo 29-yard line. John Cena, the rookie from Arizona tackle, made the stop. 33-yard punt. Fighting the wind and a 13-yard return. And a timeout. 3:34 left in the third quarter.
Are you guys having it your way? They're entranced. They're having it their way so much.
I love this place.
Look, all four of them are staring. No, you can't have any. If you want some breakfast, you have to go to Burger King. You can't have mine.
It's breakfast at Burger King.
No, get off. You see George Reach? He was like, give me that. Liquor sandwich for 99 cents? Does that sound like a good deal to you, Abe? Yeah, man, it sounds like a peachy deal to me. Abe's a smart man.
And 99 cents per sandwich.
Hey, you guys having it your way?
Right away.
They love this place.
The water on the left is being heated by electricity. On the right, by gas. For the cost of heating this much water with electricity, we'd like to show you how much more you can get with gas. And if your neighborhood doesn't have natural gas, you can still heat for less than electricity with propane gas. So no matter where you live, why settle for the water on the left when gas gives you all that hot water on the right? Gas, America's best energy value.
Terrorists have taken over a nuclear arsenal, and only one man can take it back. Steven Seagal.
Here come the big guys.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Bang, you're dead.
Under Siege, rated R. Starts Friday, October 9th at a theater near you.
Next Saturday, Karch Kiraly defends his title against the very best in beach volleyball at the Old Spice King of the Beach Invitational. Then it's off to the races for the Belmont Park Breeders' Cup Preview. 91 Kentucky Derby winners Strike the Gold, and 92 Belmont Stakes winner 8B Indy in their final prep for Racing's Championship Day. That's all next Saturday on NBC.
Breeders' Cup month on NBC, and there's a thoroughbred, Jim Kelly. He's going to have to really rally down the home stretch and trying to get some of his key blockers to support him.
He should be talking to his defense. The only way Buffalo gets back in the game is turnovers now by this Buffalo defense.
On first down from just inside the 30, Higgs dropped for a loss as Phil Hansen played at North Dakota State. Beefed up this year, his second season. Penetrates and makes the hit at the 31.
Now this is where the experienced quarterback like Dan Marino will use every second he can of the play clock. He will be very deliberate, even though there's 3:06 to go in the third quarter. No hurry here whatsoever.
Indianapolis has taken the lead from Tampa Bay. Jackson in. He's in the slot right. Self-preservation slide at the 23.
One thing Buffalo has not done is put a lot of pressure on Dan Marino or get sacks. They had Smith on the inside. They ran a game well handled by the guys up front. Sims even throws him to the ground. Not to say that he has not been a factor in this game. He's gotten a lot of attention, but he has not been in the quarterback's face. And you can see the sacks today.
Hasn't had a sack against Miami since 1987, and Richmond Webb has shut him out now for 4 years. It's 3rd and 4. Clayton in motion.
Blitz.
There's Jackson. Flags down, and Jackson inside the 15-yard line. Kirby Jackson, the defender, 10 yards if it counts.
Looks like it's going to be offensive pass interference.
Pass interference, offense, number 88.
Keith Jackson using his hands illegally, apparently, to work his way open.
Yeah, he pushes off. Again, they have him separated. You can see what happens. Here's 88, Keith Jackson. You can see what happens on the pattern. Yeah, he does push off. There's no question about that. They don't allow tight ends to do that. They think like they're picking on a little guy.
Everyone else can get away with it.
Yeah, 6'2", 250, can't push 5'10", 180. They'll call a penalty on it all the time.
So after almost a penalty-free start. First 3 games, Miami guilty of a lot of calls today. Bruce Smith moves inside. It's Bobby Humphrey. That was the play that got them the touchdown. He's to the 25-yard line, bringing up 4th down and giving Pete Stoyanovich a little better shot at a field goal. Kirby Jackson made the tackle, and here's Stoyanovich. He's been good from 30 yards on his only attempt today. He's missed, as we said, only once all year, 11 out of 12. Last year, he missed only 6 times, 37 tries. This one will be with the tricky winds, just inside the 43-yard line. Wind or no wind, almost dead center. Stoyanovich from 43 yards, and the Dolphins build their lead to 34-10. Tonight, an all-new Secret Service on NBC based on the actual case of a female undercover agent kidnapped. Find out how far the service went to free her. Then on the all-new eyewitness video, see incredible footage of firefighters inside a blazing inferno, and that'll be followed by the comedy movie premiere. Steve Martin stars in My Blue Heaven. Well, that's the kind of day we have here in Western New York. 80,368. This is an all-time Richmond record here at Rich Stadium. Only 36 unused tickets.
Who are those 36?
Yeah, they'll put them in. That's right. They're on their way. They're out on the lake.
Yes. They better have a darn good excuse.
Well, what do you do here? It's 3 touchdowns and a field goal, and even these ardent Buffalo fans have to wonder how much can we expect with less than a minute remaining in the 3rd period. It'll take some breaks. You say it'll take some breaks as Denver, or the Buffalo defense is going to have to turn it over. I had Denver on my mind because we were talking about Denver playing that tough AFC championship game where they allowed Buffalo no offensive touchdowns, and how all the defensive coordinators have been studying the films of that game, including Olivedati.
As a matter of fact, since the ball blows off the tee again, Tom Olivedati told me that there were 64 snaps defensively Denver against Buffalo last year in that game. There were 34 snaps of base defense, 30 other nickel snaps. Of those 30 nickel snaps, only 10 blitzes. And if you talk to anybody around the league, they will say Denver blitzed
every play.
Buffalo on every play. Did not happen. He went back and looked at that. He's found something that works. And NFL offensive and defensive coordinators are copycats. This will appear again against Buffalo's offense.
Yeah, Miami fans know well that's been a long time since you've been able to praise the defense and the defensive coordinator. This has not been an easy position. But today, the job apparently has been done very well, at least to this final minute of the 3rd period. Stoyanovich, as the wind now gusting into that kick to the 10, Daddy Fuller. Fuller, good spinning move to the 35, to the 37. Good run by the former star at LSU. Next weekend on NBC, our Sunday is an NFL doubleheader Sunday beginning at 12:30 Eastern with NFL Live. You'll see Seattle, Dallas, Emmitt Smith, the NFL rushing champion of a year ago. Pittsburgh and Cleveland. That's always a bicep contest. We'll have these Bills out against the Raiders. Raiders looking for their first win this weekend with a new offensive signal caller. Tom Walsh replaces Terry Robisky. Transvestite Jackson pushing Thomas out of bounds. The rushing, and they are the #1 rushing team in the NFL. They were last year and again this year, but no yards rushing in the 2nd quarter, and now having to try to dig themselves out of this huge deficit. You don't expect them to run much the rest of the way.
No.
40 yards. 29 seconds left in the 3rd. Thomas again. He's to the 50-yard line and a first down. Flag down. We may have a face mask on Jackson.
Now, Dick, we came into this game talking about all the great weapons that the Buffalo offense has had. Today, we've seen all the great weapons that Miami now has put on the field.
Face mask, 5 yards. Number 24, defense, first down.
Bobby Humphrey being one of those. And this is exactly what Denver knew they had, but there's just a lot of emotional unhappiness there. When you add Mark Clayton, who's been on the injured list, he returns today. You've got Mark Duper. You've got some young receivers like Banks and Martin that have a lot of talent, and then put Keith Jackson in the mix. That's a pretty good pass. Down the middle it goes to Reed, who is hit but holds on at the 21. Well, that's a terrific effort by Reed not to fumble as the final seconds tick away here in the third. The score, and that was the 500th catch of Andre Reed, is the Miami Dolphins up big.
Tonight, from actual Secret Service case files, a vicious crime family kidnaps a female agent. Based on the actual case, an all-new Secret Service NBC Tonight.
HCP is the best value in medical care you can get in Buffalo.
From your first dollar, if you're in the hospital, everything's covered.
We're a group practice that provides care for our members at a very reasonable cost.
The healthcare plan has the facility, the x-ray department, the lab, the pharmacy, all enclosed in one place.
Because you get good care, you get coordinated care, and you get complete care.
We have physicians and facilities that are second to none.
Introducing the new minivan store at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Compare the widest range of America's most popular minivans, all under one roof. Voyager, an outstanding family value. Grand Voyager, even more spacious. The luxurious Chrysler Town & Country. If you're looking for a minivan, any minivan, first see the experts who sold over 3 million. The minivan store, only at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, where real advantages make a real difference.
How does Quick Fill give you more power for your dollar with high-quality gasoline at low prices? 93.5 octane Super Quick, surpassing engine cleaning test standards. More convenient locations in New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Quick Fill credit and fleet credit with no annual fees or extra charges. And Quick Fill and Red Apple Food Marts for deli and grocery bargains. This is the symbol for quality and low prices.
Quick Fill, more power for your dollar.
Catch Sports Extra where the sports nuts get their fills. Sunday night at 11:30 only on Channel 2.
A milestone catch, but empty under the circumstances for Andre Reed. His 500th. He's done it all in 8 years. When you talk about all-time receivers, he's still very young. And he takes, well, this will get you old, though.
Yes, it will. It'll certainly slow you down crossing the middle, but he does make the catch.
Fiancée Cindy.
She's watching the replay there. Makes her Andre
Reed has 31 catches this year. He's on a 100-catch pace. This is Steve Tasker on a reverse. And a little tough guy from Northwestern. And he was as happy as the Stanford people. James Lofton, as his Northwestern team, got a Big Ten win yesterday. John Offerdahl made the tackle. And you see the other scores on our 10-minute ticker. And as you come to appreciate, you know every 10 minutes you're going to get all the scores in the NFL on our NBC football telecasts. Early in the fourth quarter, Miami has a 34-10 lead. Miami, heavy underdogs coming in. Kelly throws it away.
Intentional grounding, yes.
Yep, that's consistent. Dale Hamer called it on Marino earlier.
Intentional grounding, number 12 of the offense. 10 yards, loss of down.
What's fair for 13, it's fair for 12. He called an audible here, but there was excellent man-to-man coverage. He just heaves it. And that's to avoid a loss of yardage, therefore the loss of down.
The toughest of penalties, loss of down plus 10-yard deficit, as you see how Miami has built this sizable advantage. Down the middle, Kelly, right into the arms of you-know-who, Louis Oliver again, his third. How far will he go with this one? He's at the 40. Got Lofton to beat, and Oliver's running out of gas anyway. He looked as if he wanted somebody to find somebody to tackle me. I don't want to go that far. 54 yards. Louis Oliver has himself some offense today. He has over 150 yards in interception offense.
Flags are being thrown out here where the tackle was made, but he's been a consistent open receiver for Jim Kelly. Unfortunately, he plays for the other team. But that's the case of Kelly trying to make a big play. Down by this score, he's trying to force things by the offense, and it just has not worked. He forced the one where Oliver intercepted, ran it back 103 yards, and he forced this one.
Well, he manages a vocal group 3 times love, so he kind of thinks in threes anyway. Louis Oliver from Florida, where he teamed with Jarvis Williams. They were safety mates there with the Gators.
Andre Reed is the intended receiver. And it looks like
personal
the
foul.
ball sails on him.
92.
And then again.
The interception. 15 yards from the dead ball spot. First down, Miami.
Kelly tries to make the tackle. That's the problem with throwing those interceptions. You got to tackle the guy that makes the interception.
Yeah, about as bad a day as Kelly has had to suffer through for quite some time. David Griggs guilty of the personal foul at the end of that interception, so they mark off 15 to the 37. So Louis Oliver, timeout. 3 big interceptions for Oliver, who has always been a ball hawk. In '89 as a rookie, he had 4, and he's had 5 each of the last 2 seasons, and 3 today. Higgs slipping outside and then hit from behind at the 40. A gain of 3. Cornelius Bennett the tackle. And Miami, when they've gotten the interception today, they've been able to convert. This is the 4th, and they have 3 touchdowns, 1 all the way, 103 yards by Mr. Louis Oliver.
Yeah, you know, the score stands. Buffalo has had the lead in the AFC East for something like 69 straight weeks or something, going back to 1988. It's remarkable that they're about to lose it. You got the numbers for me, Mr. Ember?
Well, it's been since September 24th, 1990. 2 full years, well over 2 full years that they have owned the top of the AFC East. Higgs protecting the ball as Talley and company go after him. Shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and about 2.
There it is. 69 of the last 70 weeks, 36 straight. And Don Shula's been trying to acquire talent to bring his team up to the level of the Buffalo Bills, and that acquisition of Keith Jackson may have been the biggest part of the puzzle.
That is a trade to bring about talk for a season, and where, I mean, the free agency move that'll be enough to have fodder all week long as to just how good now is Miami, although it's been the defense that has sparked the offense, but then when they got the ball with Jackson and Humphrey, Higgs met right at the line of scrimmage. He drives forward. It'll be close to a first down. They're going to spot it right at the 46-yard line. That'll be shy by a half yard. Talley made the stop, and here comes Joe Prokop.
Well, there was also in Miami some complaining by some players about the acquisition of Keith Jackson. I wonder if they'd like to take those words back now.
Well, Farrell Edmonds, who may not play as much, was one, talked about being traded, and that may be an accommodation for him. Mark Clayton was outspoken. Why should he get all that money? And as Dan Marino said, Jackson's liable to make a lot more money for all of us.
Absolutely. I mean, even I can figure that out.
Hicks back at the 15. They don't go after the kicker as Prokop spins it to the 15. Hicks dragged down after a 4-yard return by Mike Williams, a 39-yard punt. Timeout with 11:31 to go.
Art historians will tell you it isn't unusual for a masterpiece to have been painted directly on top of another equally impressive painting, which itself was often painted on top of a third. This masterpiece, however, is the result of an exclusive 23-step paint process, the Acura Legend. Our intention was not merely to create a thing of beauty, but to create one that will stand the test of time.
Wouldn't it be great if your neighbor was Wally Dallenbach, the Keystone Beer Winston Cup driver?
Wally, great car. Want to take it for a spin, Dave? A spin?
And keep her under 170, Dave.
170.
70.
See Wally Dallenbach, or possibly his neighbor Dave, race the Keystone Beer stock car in the Winston Cup Series.
Well, how'd you drive, Dave?
Well, she drifts a little in 3. No problem. But we need to bleed the brakes. It's
Wouldn't that be great?
Our engine, we accelerate from the starting line from a dead stop to 60 miles an hour in less than a second. We're at 100 miles an hour in less than 2 seconds. So you can understand the importance of me having Pennzoil in my engine. The more demands that we make on our engine, the more demands we make on our motor oil. Pennzoil's never let us down in any way. I don't know that I could possibly think of any other motor oil than Pennzoil that I'd want in the engine. And as a racer, I need that winning edge. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality. That says it all.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Acura Automobiles. Experience precision-crafted performance. By McDonald's, home of the new McDonald's Guarantee. By Schick Tracer. It traces every curve on your face. And by Pennzoil, America's #1 selling motor oil for performance, protection, and quality.
Well, it was a day designed for Miami. Don Shula liked it when he wakened this morning. Not too cold, just right. Now Kelly. Pass sailing low and away as he tries to hit Rob Awol. Now, just a look ahead for both teams. For Miami, Don Shula's schedule reads this way: Atlanta at home, then they have a bye week before they play Indianapolis, the Jets, Indianapolis again, and then Buffalo. So arguably they're in line to possibly still be perfect the next time these two teams meet. That's Watkins getting into the open crease for a catch at the 38-yard line. And if you're a Buffalo fan, the schedule for Marv Levy's team next up are the Raiders, Jets, and England. New England, a combined 0-11 this season. And we'll have Buffalo and the Raiders out at the Coliseum for you next week as the second half of our doubleheader. Thurman Thomas. 2 men couldn't get him, but the third did, and it was Lippert Hobley who tries to steal the ball as well. And so far, I don't see any whistle. That may be a touchdown.
Nobody motions anything.
Now official moves in and marks the ball down.
It's a little late. There's also a player down.
Don't forget Don Wedge, one of the officials, was injured in the first half and left, so the officiating crew shy a man. Kent Cole, and that
center. Oh no,
he is one of the best, the 3-time Pro Bowler, who often is asked. He's so good, he often is asked to block his man without any help. And now a conversation that may, well, Hamer, is it a touchdown?
The ball was fumbled, recovered by Miami. The whistle blew when Miami had the ball. First down, Miami.
So that could have been a touchdown, but they didn't use the I word, inadvertent, but that's what happened. And Hobley doesn't get a touchdown, but does get the fumble recovery. Let's see.
We're going to see the injury, too. I think this is a screen. Kent Hull is the man out there in front. And it looked like he's holding his hamstring. As you see the ball pulled away from Thurman Thomas. In former years, I seem to recollect we used to have a machine that might determine that was forward progress was stopped
or ball down. It might have been down.
Yes. Let's see if he's hit anything down. No, he's not. Oh, I think his rear end was on the ground.
You know what? The nice thing about all this is if it ever comes back and you're old enough, you could get a job doing that. I'll recommend you because you really seem to like it a lot.
I like it a whole bunch. But this is a huge injury to the Buffalo Bills' chance. They're losing the football game, but losing a guy who has not missed a game in 8 years as a Buffalo Bill.
Well, at least it didn't appear to be a knee. It looked to be a hamstring. So on a day where about as much has gone right for Miami and wrong for Buffalo as one could even have imagined or dreamed, it has developed in front of a record-crowded Rich Stadium today of over 80,000, 80,290.
Well, these people are just not used to seeing Buffalo lose in Buffalo, are they?
Yeah, well, in Miami, what, a couple touchdown underdog, and they come in here and they came in with the design. And Tom Olivadotti, I would guess he might be in line for a game ball.
Absolutely. The interesting thing in talking to the defensive coaches, they said, you know, we tried to design a bunch of different stuff and accommodate everything to accommodate Buffalo. What we said is, gentlemen, here's the package. Go out and play it, have fun. And the players liked it, so it was executed better. Frank Reich is warming up.
Thurman Thomas was just ticketed 15 yards for unsportsmanlike conduct. He obviously was arguing that he was down. That should not have been a fumble. And Reich apparently will let Jim Kelly rest with his thoughts. And looking for the turnovers, and they've earned them for the most part. And it's now Mark takes around the right side to the 17-yard line. This is the kind of game that Buffalo fans are accustomed to be seeing, but with the home team well in front running away. 34-10 Miami.
No question about that. Buffalo has just never figured out exactly the combination of coverages and fronts that Miami has put up there defensively. This whole football team revolves around that offense and how it's up and down the field. They have not had the ball for an extended period of time today, and therefore Miami's had all those chances with the turnovers.
4 interceptions thrown by Kelly today. Tie a personal high or low. Diggs again. Worst loss of last year for Buffalo came at Kansas City when the Chiefs took them apart 33-6, but you really have to hunt to find a home game where Buffalo has had to swallow as hard as they will today. 34-3 at Rich Stadium prior to today, and one of those losses was at the end of last year where it was just a nothing game for them. They'd already clinched all the possibilities.
Breaks a string of 17 straight home wins against AFC East opponents, too.
9:27 to go. Marino. And it's Cooper. Couldn't quite get himself turned around as Marino had to read the coverage and throw in that spot, and Duper didn't see it quite the same way. Now, if Marino should throw, Hull goes back to the locker room. If Marino should throw another touchdown pass, it would be 4, and that would tie him for an NFL record with Johnny Unitas. I think it's around 18 or 19 games with 4 touchdown passes.
Well, that's one of the few he doesn't own. NFL record.
In this case, it's 4th down, and Stojanovic will try a 39-yard, make that 34-yard field goal. He is some kicker. What a weapon he has. So you talk about offense, you got to throw Stojanovic in there, too. He's offense to go with the Jacksons and Humphreys and Dupers and on and on. Miami, Miami.
Teenagers are 3 times more likely to die driving at night than during the day.
Kid? With me, kid?
Talk to your teenager about serious driving issues before someone else has to do the talking.
Someone call the parents.
Some automakers would have you believe that total isolation from the road is the ultimate luxury. But the Acura Legend was designed for a very different type of driver. One who believes that if a luxury car completely isolates you from the driving experience, it isn't really a driving experience.
Domino's Pizza presents Jim Kelly, Warren Moon, Jim Everett, and Bronson Pinchot for Domino's NFL Spectacular. What are these guys into? Piling it on. And if you're into piling it on, get a Domino's Unlimited Topping Pizza, only $8.99. Delivered in 30 minutes or less, guaranteed.
Hey, Bronson, go long.
Any topping you want, as many as you want. Pile them on. The Domino's Unlimited Topping Medium Pizza, just $8.99.
Keep going, Bronson.
Nobody knows like Domino's. Hey, guys, I'm open.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Domino's. Call Domino's Pizza right now, and you'll be enjoying our unlimited toppings pizza deal when the game is over.
Kelly, as Buffalo anticipates the kickoff, getting a little work on that elbow, and I don't believe it's serious, but under the circumstances, Frank Reich apparently will take over on this next possession. Yes, Stojanovic sends it to the goal line. Kenneth Davis to the 17-yard line. Louis Oliver. A day to remember for him. The hat trick. What do you call that, Bob? Is that the funky chicken? One of those.
I'm not sure. We're not at the same age. I used to do a dance like that called the pony or the mashed potato. I'm not sure.
I think it might be the schottish. Up there in upper Minnesota, I think the Finns do that one.
It's a winning dance. We know that.
Frank Reich is the quarterback. So admirably for Kelly. This one is more just an exercise to get him some work as Andre Reed adds another catch to his impressive total. He's got 6 today, 32 on this young season.
And he's getting up slow too. Buffalo can't have these guys getting up limping, and they tape Jim Kelly's elbow. I think it's more from trying to make tackles than throwing the football today. That right elbow. I mean, when you make tackles, you get injured.
Is Kenneth Davis. He's met by Troy Vincent. Rides him down. As you say, 8.5 minutes to go. Pick up about 4 for Davis, who's from Temple, Texas. Joe Green's hometown. And that's Louis Oliver in some pain on the sidelines. Mitch Farad has taken over at center for the injured Kent Hall. Riley can play anywhere on that line.
That is a big drop between Kent Hall, many-time Pro Bowler, and Mitch Farad.
Let's not be knocking old Mitch Farad. He's got a touchdown catch already this year. And here's what happens to Oliver. He comes in second on that tackle. It looks like he jammed the right knee. Not a lot of padding there.
No. Actually, there's an NFL rule that you've got to wear knee pads, and a lot of players they kind of overlook that rule and don't wear the knee pads. But part of this may be fatigue. You tend to feel a little poorly when you're ahead 37-10. You've scored on a 103-yard interception return.
Saw the 224 pounds for Oliver, a man who runs as well as he does, and of course everyone thought he'd be picked in the first 10, and he was surprised he was the 25th player selected. That's why he picked the number 25, just to remind himself that he was around that long. And he's played like a top 10 pick today, hasn't he?
But you know how the game has changed. In my day, the best defense I thought in the NFL was the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jack Lambert was that size and played middle linebacker. And now those guys are playing free safety.
You saw the scorers go by in a couple of finals in as Minnesota rallying from 20-0 down, beat the Bears 21-20. So Dennis Green's Vikings are now 4-1. New Orleans has beaten Detroit 13-7. Right. Who is tight end Rob Awol. Mark Sander of Louisville made the tackle. Indianapolis trying to pick up a win against Tampa Bay, and Atlanta, who will next face Miami, has beaten Green Bay 24-10. Awalt with the catch. That's Reich just going with the short stuff, which Miami is giving.
I'm a big proponent of the gimme. It's a phrase used in golf, Dick. I'll familiarize you with it in a minute here.
You know, they gave you anything these days. Right goes down and flags go with it. What kind of gimme are you in favor of?
Oh, when you got just 18-inch punt left, you know, just to be gentlemanly, you tell your opponent, the rest of that's good. That's a gimme. My estimation.
That was my problem. They wouldn't give me
We have 2 fouls on the play.
The rest of this game
Tripping,
is a gimme.
Number 79 of the defense. Holding, number 74 of the offense. Penalties offset. First down.
Larry Webster, a rookie from Maryland. The Miami player, Glenn Parker, 74 of Buffalo. NFL Live Old Spice postgame report. O.J. Simpson here from Buffalo. Bob Costas and Bill Parcells back at our New York studios with the scores and highlights of early games. 7 minutes to go yet here in Buffalo. Must seem endless for these Bills fans as Wright cannot extricate himself, and Brian Cox has his 6th sack of the year. He started in the NFL Elite today with 7. Chris Dolman for the Vikings leading the NFL, and another injury, and that's not good news for either side, as suddenly it seems every play carries an injury. Marco Coleman, rookie #1 pick from Georgia Tech, is down for Don Shula. Oliver with some ice on the right knee.
You mentioned Brian Cox. He had the sack there. I have a feeling that if this kid has any success, this kid is a movie script. His life to this point is a movie script.
He said, you ask him about his friends. Where are your friends now? He said they're in 3 places.
Dead, jail, or dealing drugs. But he says, I still go back there and see those people. They helped me in college. They sent me money when I needed it. Said, they're my friends. They'll be my friends forever. But they celebrate my lifestyle, and I've tried to convert them. He could not convert his father.
So he says, now my role is to go back and try to influence young people to follow my path. Football was his escape. He has his degree. He's a family. He was a father at 15. He said, and it taught me responsibility, and I'm taking care of my family, and I like to take care of others, not let them walk the path of his friends that often produces such disastrous results. So he is some example, Brian Cox. Right into a crowd as he's hit again as he tries to deliver the ball, and it was Cox who was around the football.
Frank Reich doesn't play much. He comes in to mop up or when Jim Kelly is injured, but Frank Reich and Jim Kelly used to be absolutely inseparable. Since Frank has gotten married, had a couple of kids, I mean, he's got his own family. But this guy may be the most valuable player off the field for Jim Kelly and his Buffalo football team.
On 3rd and long.
It is again.
It's Cox all over that ball. So Buffalo unable to move it, as Cox has his 2nd big play.
He made an interesting admission to us last night, I thought. Brian Cox said, I do not like to lift weights, and I'm not strong enough to play this game.
But I'm not intimidated either.
But I'm not intimidated.
It's one of those personal stories as we sat there just mesmerized by his comments about the toughness of his background and what has happened, and yet the strength of the man. Miller wisely lets that one bounce, and it's down at about the 32-33 line. 42-yard punt by Moore. And Matt Darby, a rookie from UCLA, did out. There's Brian Cox, a couple more sacks for this talented 2nd-year man from East St. Louis. He said, don't forget, Jackie Joyner-Kersey's from my hometown as well. Timeout.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you nonstop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you nonstop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Shaving would be simple, and any razor would do, if your face was square. But your face has curves. Presenting the revolutionary Schick Tracer, the only razor with twin blades that flex. Compared to other razors, Schick Tracer puts more of the blade edge against your skin. So, for real faces, like yours, Schick Tracer, we're changing the face of shaving.
Art historians will tell you it isn't unusual for a masterpiece to have been painted directly on top of another equally impressive painting, which itself was often painted on top of a third. This masterpiece, however, is the result of an exclusive 23-step paint process, the Acura Legend. Our intention was not merely to create a thing of beauty, but to create one that will stand the test of time.
NFL's top offense, Kelly and company, have their sights set on a third straight AFC championship. The Raiders. Their trouncing by the Bills in the championship game 2 years ago still has the silver and black seeing red. Now they clash again. An NBC football doubleheader next Sunday.
Scott Mitchell takes over for Dan Marino at quarterback. And the handoff to James Saxon. No, it's Aaron Craver, his first carry of the year, and he carries well out to the 40-yard line. And Dan Marino strolling the sidelines now. He's gone by to congratulate his receivers, his blockers, as any good quarterback should. 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. And he also sought out just moments ago another man. The reason why Miami's offense has worked is because that man, Tom Olivadotti, has gotten the ball for the offense.
That's why that kid makes $25 million. He knows who to thank for today's victory.
Important to know. You appreciate. This is to Craver again out to the 40-yard line. Very little there. It'll be about 3rd down and 2. Scott Mitchell, who played in the World League, and Don Shula said, the World League paid one very important dividend for me. The fact that he could get some experience during the spring of this year, and it paid off last week. 4th-round pick out of Utah, where he set all kinds of records. This big guy, he's 6'6" and 236. Remember last week when Marino was knocked out, he came in a critical 3rd down situation, threw the pass that kept the drive alive that led to the winning score up at the game.
It was a little screen pass to the flanker. He executed it beautifully. And Shula said, look, he had very little time to warm up. Just kind of walked in there, threw that flanker screen, 17-yard pickup, and then Marino comes in and throws the touchdown to Fred Banks.
Craver's 3rd straight carry, and it'll be close to a 1st down.
Dick, trying to put this game into perspective, for the last 3 years, the AFC East has been trying to catch Buffalo with talent, and it's been so difficult to win up here in Orchard Park. And now, the balance has swung just a little bit in Miami's favor, at least here for the next 3 weeks now. Miami has the control of a lot of things, like if their season continues, playoffs in Miami, not in the cold of Buffalo. A lot of things that really play into this victory here in Buffalo.
Prokop to kick on 4th and 1.
And Buffalo doesn't even try to block it.
Kicks at the other end, 20, and he's out to the 29-yard line. Reminder, next Saturday on NBC Sports World, Belmont Park will be the scene for the Breeders' Cup preview. And that will have a matchup of the Kentucky Derby winner of a year ago, Strike the Gold, and this year's Belmont Stakes winner, AP Indy, and many more. The top horses in the country as they tune up for racing's richest day, the championship day, the Breeders' Cup, later this month. But next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern Time, Belmont Park, Breeders' Cup preview on NBC. Yeah, they're going to be dancing all the way back to Miami.
Yes. Yeah, one other comment. I think Bobby Humphrey should miss every flight for the rest of this season. He's played well, and it's been good luck.
They're liable to pick up the fine. He did, did you notice those little marks on the top of the ears, those little burn marks that he had a jaw imprint right against them.
Missing a plane is bad. You get fined. Missing meetings is really bad. Missing all that and then losing the game, oh, man.
At least you can be forgiven after what happened today. As you look at the other scores, Indianapolis up by 10 against Tampa Bay. At Tampa Bay. Atlanta with its victory against Green Bay. Jerry Glanville carrying a little heat around Dixie this past week.
He's mad at everybody, isn't he? Thankfully, the referees are taking 9 seconds off the clock. That's the kind of action we like.
I tell you what, I may be wrong. I don't think this game is ever going to end.
Dick, I'll tell you what it does.
I think a lot of people here have figured the same. There are a lot of empty seats. Awald with a catch. That'll take the ball out to a 1st down across the 40-yard line, where Dwight Hollier makes the tackle, and both teams using their backup players, giving them some experience as the Miami Dolphins lead 37-10. They've outscored Buffalo 20-0 here in the second half, and we offered you that statistic earlier that the Bills have owned the second half, and many credit Buffalo's success the fact that with that fast-paced offense, they wear down defenses, and then in the second half, they have it all their own way. 97-14. They've outscored their opponents, and yet today, it's Miami, 20-0. A very convincing effort by the men from down south.
Yeah, and I don't think it's fair for anybody to look at Buffalo and say they played poorly. Miami forced them into that situation. All the credit has to go to the Miami Dolphins, and I think Marv Levy is well aware of that. I mean, you can't take anything away from this victory. Miami took this football game from Buffalo. Buffalo didn't give it to them.
Look at that picture of the sun shining on the face of the 62-year-old Shula. Almost that expression of, you know what, we might be pretty good.
We might be pretty. He wasn't sure yesterday.
That was Marino, but Marino had the same look. You had the hint in his reaction that something good was happening with the emergence of Humphrey and of Keith Jackson. Taster with a catch and a first down, and that takes us to the 2-minute timeout.
Some automakers would have you believe that total isolation from the road is the ultimate luxury. But the Acura Legend was designed for a very different type of driver. One who believes that if a luxury car completely isolates you from the driving experience, it isn't really a driving experience.
Hi. You know why Quaker State asked me to be their spokesman? Because I'm tough. And Quaker State is tough, too. Tough on wear, tough on sludge. You use Quaker State in your new car's engine, they'll guarantee it for 250,000 miles or 10 years. In writing, Quaker State is one tough motor oil. So naturally they asked me, because I'm tough. I am tough, aren't I?
Take one and action. Hey, what's the best thing about breakfast at McDonald's?
Coffee.
Pour out the cup, it's steaming, it's dark and rich.
I pour it personally.
Coffee fresh?
Fresh brew. Fantastic cup of coffee.
So what's the secret?
Arabica.
Oh, what's an Arabica?
Arabica beans.
Oh, the beans. And what else?
It's always fresh.
It just tastes good.
And they like to come in and talk with each other, and just like the small coffee shop long ago.
How much are coffee refills?
They're free. What you want is what you get.
It's guaranteed.
What's up?
Yeah.
And Bobby Humphrey saying, hey, you know, I just, listen, I didn't oversleep. I just went to the wrong airport. But I'm here now. My plane landed. He was on the next flight. You can be sure of that. Had to pay his own way. Had to pay a little bit more. A 4-figure fine was the hint that Don Shula gave us. And Thurman Thomas, only 33 yards rushing. He did catch 9 for 83. So in terms of his total scrimmage yards, a good day, not a Thomas day, normally up around 200. He had 116 yards total.
And I think everybody on the Dolphins defensive staff said we got to stop him running. And they did. Actually, had 165 yards rushing against this team.
Well, said no one's figured out a way, and as we started the telecast today, but Kenneth Davis replacing Thomas. And what an able replacement he is. Close to 10, maybe more, and a first down at the 25-yard line. As we run down to the 145 mark.
Everybody we talked to yesterday, and it's safe to say the Dolphins are done with this game. That's Mark Clayton on the sideline, but everything they told us that they wanted to have happen today has happened. They shut down Thurman Thomas running the ball. The offense of Miami didn't make the big mistake, didn't turn it over. And they got Keith Jackson into the game.
Reich skips that one after he couldn't find a man open deep. Rob Awalt, the intended target. You know, the story that'll be chronicled around the country today, and for those who have watched, is that the streak of the dominance has ended in the AFC East. The Buffalo Bills and a jarred from the throne as the Miami Dolphins and Keith Jackson. And his production today, I mean, the one catch told you everything.
Absolutely.
If you weren't with us, and maybe if we have a chance, we can show you that catch again, where he went racing over the middle, may not even been intended for him, speared the ball and dead run out of the air, and then just ran through tacklers for the touchdown. Davis goes down right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Let me tell you another thing about Keith Jackson. Met this kid first time doing the Orange Bowl a number of years ago, was lamenting the fact that he was recruited by Oklahoma when Barry Switzer said, we're going to the I. Marcus Dupree is going to be our running back. It's going to cost me millions of dollars. But it all works out. He's a first-round draft choice, and then gets a big free agent contract. This kid is a wonderful young man to be around. He'll be perfect for Don Shula. He will be no problem whatsoever and a big help in the clubhouse.
Intended for Brad Lamb and Troy Vincent, that rookie with a great speed. Just he had been beaten for a moment, but he corrected it with that sensational burst of speed he possesses.
This game will be over in about 45 seconds, Dick.
Well, then I better remind folks that the executive producer of NBC Sports is Terry O'Neill, coordinating producer of NBC's football, and the producer of today's game is John Fratzis. Sorry about that, John. Directed by John Gonzalez, Associate Director Al Sosnansky, Production Associate Ed Fibishoff, Tim DeKheim is our production manager, Bill Paranello, Technical Manager, and our Technical Director, Mitch Geller. And our thanks to Michael Gluck and Steve Solomon, Raj Schneiderman, Joe Costanza for their help here in the booth. Right to the end zone, and overthrows Eddie Fuller. And that pass on 4th down, and it goes over on downs to the Miami Dolphins with 40 seconds remaining. And there are the rest of the men and women who brought you the sights and sounds from Buffalo today. One of the quietest, biggest crowds in Buffalo history. Biggest ever, in fact. And didn't have much of a chance to cheer. And the key at the end of the half, Kelly took them downfield, down by 2 scores, got a touchdown before the intermission. It was 17-10 with a record Buffalo has enjoyed in the second half. The support of the crowd had figured that they were in a position to maintain their stranglehold in the AFC East. But Miami, the better team today, and showed it in a convincing manner. And in the process, Louis Oliver, a 103-yard record-tying NFL touchdown return with an interception as Kelly was picked off 4 times.
Miami, they're going to have a difficult time wiping the smiles off these guys' faces by Tuesday when they got to go back to work.
Don't suppose Keith Jackson will have his own special masseur, do you?
No,
his own tub.
He's going to be sore, but it's a happy sore.
Don Shula and Marv Levy with a congratulations. A couple of Alabama kids there, Humphrey and Bennett. But the biggest smiles belong to the team with the 37. The Miami Dolphins defeat the heavily favored Buffalo Bills 37-10. Now Dan Marino with 3 touchdown passes, and Don Shula enjoys his 310th victory, and now a team that others will point toward, the Miami Dolphins. So for Bob Trumpy, this is Dick Enberg saying so long from Rich Stadium in Buffalo. Stay tuned for the Old Spice post-game report. This has been NBC's coverage of the National Football League.
With 4,900 touchdowns a day around the world, it's no wonder Delta is the official airline of the NFL.
Tonight, you'll eyewitness the climax to a dangerous police manhunt and feel the heat in a Hellfighter Spectacular video diary. An all-new Eyewitness Video, NBC Tonight.
I'd like to propose to you. No. I'd like to propose that you lease a new Escort. You don't have to be. This is a 24-month Ford Credit red carpet lease. Get a 93 Escort LX wagon for only $199 a month for only 24 months. Think you'd be interested in one? So, see your Western New York or Northern Pennsylvania Ford dealer today. It's time to enjoy driving again.
Bob Abrams. His record, squeaky clean. His reputation, beyond reproach. But Al D'Amato, scandal after scandal. Housing grants for his friends, contracts for his contributors, and backroom deals for his brother. A Senate ethics investigation concluded D'Amato allowed his office to be systematically misused for personal gain. Now D'Amato is attacking Bob Abrams' integrity? Come on, Al. Who do you think you're kidding?
It's got surprises, romance, and laughs. It's Who's the Boss? Weekdays at 4:30 on Channel 2. Catch Sports Extra where the sports nuts get their fill. Sunday night at 11:30 only on Channel 2.
This is the Old Spice NFL Live post-game report, brought to you by Old Spice Fragrance and Deodorant.
And we welcome those of you who have watched Miami upset Buffalo 37-10 today at Rich Stadium with Bill Parcells and Will McDonough. Bob Costas continuing for those of you who watched the Indianapolis-Tampa Bay game. And back to the scoreboard we go. The Bears had a 20-0 lead in the fourth quarter, and Minnesota came back at the Metrodome and beat them 21-20. So now Chicago is 2-3 and Minnesota is 4-1. Refrigerator Perry getting some help with his pants. Write your own caption beneath that picture, folks. Here's Jim Harbaugh before things went sour for him. Tom Waddle with a fine diving catch along the sideline in the end zone for the TD. And as I said, at one point they led 20-0. But in the fourth quarter, with that 20-point lead, Harbaugh is intercepted by Todd Scott, brings it back for a TD. Scott had 3 interceptions last week for Minnesota against Cincinnati. Then after another TD brought them to within 6, Roger Craig, the former 49er, in from a yard out for the TD that wins it. And here's Ditka. After the ball game, his team had coughed up a 20-0 lead. They lose 21-20, and Ditka was asked for his reaction afterwards by members of the press, and here it is.
No, it's a loss. I mean, what the hell? It's a loss. What are you going to do? We just dug ourselves a big hole. Now we'll find out if we got enough character in this football team to get out of the hole. That's all. But I'm not I will say this honestly in front of, if the situation arises again, there will be changes made, and they'll be definite and they'll be permanent. That's all I'll say. Because I'm not going to put 47 guys' careers in the hand of somebody who thinks he knows more than I know. That's just the way I feel.
Now, what he was talking about there might have appeared vague, and when we first heard it, we're thinking, is it maybe an offensive coordinator or someone else who blew an assignment? But our first suspicion was correct. He was angry at Harbaugh for the Todd Scott interception. Here's the play, Coach. They're up by 20 points, and he must have checked off at the line of scrimmage and gone against Ditka's call, and this changed the entire flow of the game.
Well, whenever you blow a 20-0 lead, on the road, big game, team's in first place, there's a little frustration. I think if the quarterback did call an audible and throw that interception, Mike has a right to be a little bit upset with him.
Especially with the type of team Chicago has, Willie. In the fourth quarter, up by 20.
He says he's not going to do that this year. He's not going to get emotional on the sidelines. He's going to. But remember a few years ago, I think it was in Minnesota, he did the same thing to Doug Flutie. Remember, like at a Monday night game, he went crazy at Flutie on the bench. But I think it's just what Bill says. You blow the lead. They're the team you're probably going to contend with now for the league title. Seeing Detroit went down again today, and you're going to be very upset when something like that happens.
Hey, how can you coach football and not get upset? Which might explain why you're sitting right here.
That's right. Hey, but let's give Minnesota a little credit, too. Down 20-0. Nobody thinks they're going to come back and win that one, but they do. So now, right now, they're in the driver's seat in that Central Division.
Dennis Green.
Doing a great job.
Okay, speaking of that Central Division, New Orleans is now 3-2, and Detroit falls to 1-4 as they lose at the Silverdome 13-7. Now, with his team struggling, coming in at 1-3, Wayne Fontes went back to the run-and-shoot attack. Seconds remaining in the first half. Detroit finally gets on the board. Rodney Peete hits Brett Perriman with a 7-yard TD. They led 7-3 at the half. Peete playing despite a badly bruised foot. However, in the third quarter, a botched handoff between Peete and Barry Sanders results in a fumble recovered by Frank Warren of New Orleans. And then 4 plays later, they will score. The rookie out of Indiana, Vaughn Dunbar, takes it in from a yard out, his first career TD, and that was really all they needed. They win it by a score of 13-7. And let's check the numbers today for Barry Sanders. He carried 9 times for just 37 yards. And after a good opening game of the season, here's what he's done in his last 4. As you see, averaging just 3 yards per carry. Now, they lost their 2 starting guards from a year ago with the death of Eric Andolsek and the injury which ended the career of Mike Utley. That may explain part of it, but Sanders is not playing well.
Well, when I talked to the Detroit people this week, they said exactly what you just said, Bob. The offensive line isn't as good as it was a year ago. But also remember this. Last year, when he played the Saints, he carried the ball 10 times for 12 yards. So the Saints can make a lot of people look bad, but their offense is the problem this year. Not Barry Sanders. He's not hurt. He can be as good as he has been in the past, but he hasn't got the offensive line to get the job done for him.
This NFC Central is very interesting. Had Tampa Bay been able to win at home today against Indianapolis, as they were favored to do, they could have been right in the thick of it.
That's right. I think this division, though, is one that could turn upside down in just 2 or 3 weeks. I think you could see the Vikings lose a couple, Tampa Bay win some more. I think this is going to be a pretty tight race the whole way, the Central.
And despite today's defeat, despite the 1-4 record, you don't count Detroit out yet?
I wouldn't count them out yet, no.
Division winners of a year ago. We're going to count ourselves out for just a few moments while we slip in a commercial break, and then we'll come back, give you the rest of the scores, some of the highlights as we continue on the Old Spice post-game report.
July 1992. Oldsmobile goes further than any other car company to redefine quality. Further than the lab, further than the test track. The Oldsmobile Achieva went 100,000 miles against Honda Accord and Toyota Camry in a real-world test. Independent test results prove Achieva outperformed Accord and Camry in total cost, which includes maintenance, repair, and operating costs. Achieva, quality redefined. From the company that went far enough to prove it. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering.
The Allstate agent who helps insure your home can give you a hand with a plan for life insurance. Life insurance. Your Allstate agent wants to be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate. Time to think about life insurance? Let your Allstate agent work it out on paper. Everything from mortgage protection to a plan for a breezy retirement. Let your Allstate agent be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Okay, continuing to look at the highlights. Indianapolis over Tampa Bay today, 24-14. The Bucs led 14-7 at the half, but they were blanked in the second half. Jeff George returning, as you see some of the plays written on his wrist as they went with the hurry-up attack part of the way today. Vinny Testaverde with a first-quarter touchdown pass to Stanford Jennings, the former Bengal, reunited with Sam Weish in Tampa Bay. 7-0 Tampa. Down 14-7 at the half, and George had been intercepted twice in the first half, but he gets it going after intermission, hits Jesse Hester from 34 yards out. Then a Dean Biasucci field goal followed, and they led 17-14. They strike again as George zips this one to Kerry Cash for a 14-yard score. 24-14 the final score. Tampa Bay was down at the 1-yard line in the waning seconds, and they could not get in. It might have made it a little closer, but actually had no result, had no effect on the final result in terms of victory or defeat, as the clock ran out with Tampa right at the goal line, and they lose 24-14. Will?
Well, as my colleague pointed out here a minute ago, they've now doubled their output for Indianapolis a year ago. They got 2 wins, but the big thing is by drafting those 2 kids high, Impman and Coryat, and they're going to be terrific football players, Indianapolis is going to be much better this year. They're going to be more people, more good teams as they go along, because they're good on defense. They have either 6 or 7 guys that play defense who are first-round picks. So defensively, they're going to be a good football team this year.
This is one time I got to agree with him. I think the defense is the answer. I think they're improved there. George is playing with a little confidence. The whole team is upbeat. The whole team's a little more confident. You're going to win some more games. Don't forget now, you got a couple teams, the Patriots and the Jets. The Colts got to be looking and say, hey, we might be able to get some more wins here.
Okay, one more final score to send your way. Atlanta beat Green Bay 24-10, a game the Falcons absolutely had to have. Now, both these teams are 2-3 for the year. Chris Miller threw 3 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Andre Rison, and the Falcons win by 2 touchdowns at the Georgia Dome. We'll step aside for just a moment and continue right after this.
Crisp, clean. Old Spice. It puts the wind in your sails.
Oldsmobile redefines quality. Here's proof. Call 1-800-THE-TEST to get independent test results from a 100,000-mile real-world test of the new Oldsmobile Achieva against Honda Accord and Toyota Camry. Learn how Achieva outperformed Accord and Camry in total cost, which includes maintenance, repair, and operating costs. You'll even get a free video documenting the test. Achieva, quality redefined, from the company that went far enough to prove it. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering.
Okay, Miami upsets Buffalo. That might be surprising, but the margin is shocking. 37-10 at Rich Stadium, and O.J. Simpson is standing by with a couple of the heroes. Dan Marino is with him, along with the newly acquired Keith Jackson. Juice?
Bob, certainly the stars of today's game, Dan, you say it was a long time coming, but when the game was on the line early, you seem to be in sync with this guy, Keith. Are you surprised that you guys were able to work together so well so early? Well, somewhat, yeah, but we wanted to go in and give him something different, and Keith does such a good job just in one-on-one and understanding how to get open in zone coverage and that, and I don't think really Buffalo, expected us to do that, and Keith made some big catches for us early on. I know one thing for sure, Buffalo didn't expect you to play so much. Are you surprised at how much you played?
Not really. On the second day, I was really picking up the offense, and everything was going well, and Dan was calling my number in practice a lot, and they were liking that, and I was catching the ball in practice, so I felt that I was going to get a lot of playing time, especially if they were going to bring a one-on-one with a linebacker out there. Well, early in the game, when the game was on the line, you got a touchdown reception. Now, we're going to be showing it here. We can't see it out here, but tell us about the touchdown. Starting with you, Dan. Well, Keith does a great job of running with the football after he catches it. I was rolling out, and I saw him and Clayton, and I threw it to Keith, and he ran up the sideline and scored. It was just, I got out of the pocket, and he adjusted to me going that way, which was a great play. It appeared to be a busted play, Keith. It appears as if you were trying to throw the ball at Clayton. He fired the ball in there, and I'm looking up there, and I'm just watching him. I'm looking at him in the eye. And I saw him look. You get the eye contact with a quarterback. We're playing with Randall for so long. You get the eye contact, and you know he's coming to you. And I just waited for the ball, and boom. And Clayton took all the rest of the defense inside. It was just get to the end zone after that. Well, you seem like you had a good time today. You mentioned Randall Cunningham. Can you compare the two, playing with Randall and playing with Dan Marino? It's a difference. It's really a difference. They throw two different type of balls at two different type of quarterbacks. Randall's real mobile when he got a pocket. Dan's going to sit in there and wait for you to get open. Randall makes big plays with his legs when we're running, and Dan's going to make his receivers make all the plays. And, it's just a difference. And I actually like, making a big play as a receiver. Well, we're looking forward to seeing both of you guys make big plays throughout this season. The only undefeated team in the AFC, Bob. Should be exciting this year in Miami.
All right, Juice, thanks a lot. So Miami, which didn't play week 1 because their game with New England was postponed in the aftermath of Hurricane Andrew, is now 4-0. Buffalo falls to 4-1. The Bills had won 17 consecutive games at home against AFC East opponents. They hadn't lost to Miami at Rich Stadium since '86. They'd won 10 of 11 overall, 10 of their last 11, against Don Shula. No overestimating the importance of this victory and the way it was accomplished for Miami.
I think it's Miami's biggest win in 5 or 6 years, and I think every once in a while you get a win like this one when the whole team said, hey, we just might be able to do this. And I think that's the kind of win that Miami had up in Buffalo today, the one that might just carry them for several weeks and on into the playoffs.
Well, Bob, it has to be a great feeling of retribution for Louis Oliver today. If we recall a playoff game, a championship game a couple of years ago, he was so bad that they had to take him out of the Miami secondary. And today he had the interception. If you remember, he couldn't cover Andre Reed at all. And that's the most embarrassing thing that can happen to a good football player. And secondly, the Juice's comment, I don't think it's heavy lifting to have both Randall throwing to you and Dan throwing to you. They finished first and second in the quarterback competition last year, so that's not hard to do.
That was the 102-yard return by Oliver that sealed the victory. At that point, the Bills are driving. If they get in, they're within a touchdown. They got the home crowd behind them, but that turned the whole thing around. One of the 3 interceptions by Oliver and 4 all told by the Dolphins against Jim Kelly. Now, it's interesting to take a look at what Miami has left. They're now 4-0. They've got 2 games left with New England, 2 with the Jets, and 2 with the Colts. Now, none of those games are necessarily pushovers, but they should be favored in all of the games. They also have a game, let's see, they're taking a look at the rest of their schedule. They
get San Francisco late, don't they?
Yeah, they got a tough stretch here.
They play the AFC West late.
But they've got Buffalo and Houston at home in late November, followed by games at New Orleans and at San Francisco. So that 4-game stretch is a real test. But the overall point is, with a 4-0 record and with some relatively easy divisional games left, they're in great shape.
I think they are, and I think this division just turned around a little bit. I think, the expectations were the Jets would be a factor. Now the Colts look like they might be able to win some games and be a factor. And, of course, I think everybody felt Buffalo was just a walk in this division. I mean, all the preseason prognostications, looks like that Miami's a contender here.
All right, let's quickly zip through some scores of games that have just begun. Kansas City and Denver at Mile High, no scoring in the first quarter, early in the second, scoreless to this point. The Giants and the Raiders in L.A., no score in this one, also early in the second quarter. Washington takes a 7-0 lead at Phoenix, ripping 19 yards to Ricky Sanders. Now they score again, just as we came on the air, so the Redskins go up 14-0. Phoenix is 0-3. They've lost 11 consecutive regular season games dating back to last year, and Joe Bugle may be hanging by a thread in terms of his job as the coach of the Cardinals. And The guy he used to coach for, Joe Gibbs, may be hammering the final nail into his coffin today. 14-0 lead at Phoenix. Seattle and San Diego. Stan Humphries threw a 67-yard touchdown pass to Anthony Miller in the first quarter. The winless Chargers at 0-4, leading the 1-3 Seahawks 10-0 late in the first quarter. And San Francisco gets a 3-yard scoring run from Ricky Waters. The 49ers are 3-1, and against the 2-2 Rams, they have a 7-0 lead early second quarter at Candlestick Park. That wraps it up. For O.J. Simpson, Will McDonough, and Bill Parcells, I'm Bob Costas. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next Sunday, everybody.
Crisp, clean. Old Spice. It puts the wind in your sails.
Because the sitter doesn't take credit cards. When you're out of town and out of money. When you just don't want to use a credit card. The Fleet 24 Select card. Use it like a check at stores and restaurants worldwide. Or to get cash at thousands of ATM locations across the Northeast. Fleet 24 Select card only from Fleet Bank. The card that can make a difference for you.
Hi, this is Daryl from 9X Mobile. Originally, I was born in Harlem. I grew up in Queens. Thanks a lot. Anyone who wishes to contact me through my cellular phone can reach me no matter where I am. Sooner or later, everybody's going to have it. Oh, that's fantastic. Communication is something that we need.
I can't live without this.
And that's what's important. People have to communicate with each other more often so that we could get an understanding of each other. I got it. That's the age I'm looking forward to.
Watch the action off the field on Bill's Sneak Preview with Jim Kelly Sunday at noon on Channel 2. Goal to Go, the post-game show, is brought to you by KeyBank, America's neighborhood bank, and by the Buffalo Bills Report. To subscribe, call 648-9597. And by Cotter True Value Hardware. Got a tough job to do? You can do it with True Value Hardware. Now from the Channel 2 studios and live from Rich Stadium, it's Goal to Go, the post-game show. Now, here's your host, Stu Boyer.
Here's the big play of today's game, 24-10 Dolphins in the third quarter. Jim Kelly's pass for Thurman Thomas is picked off by Louis Oliver. He goes 103 yards. Kelly with the chance to tackle him. He can't get him. That ties an NFL record. Vincey Glenn, who returned 103 yards for the Chargers against Denver, November of 1987. Disastrous day at Rich Stadium today. The Dolphins hammer the Bills 37-10. The Dolphins now lead the AFC East by virtue of their win over the Bills. Both teams with 4-1 records, but the Dolphins hammering the Bills today at Rich Stadium. Let's check out some other NFL scores. Minnesota comes from way behind to beat Chicago 21-20. Chicago led 20-0 at one point. Atlanta over Green Bay 24-10. Indianapolis doubles their win total of a year ago. They beat Tampa Bay by 10. New Orleans over Detroit 13-7. In the second quarter, Kansas City and Denver are scoreless. In the second quarter, or in the first quarter, the Raiders and the Giants are scoreless. It is San Francisco leading the Rams 7-0 in the second quarter. San Diego leading Seattle 10-0 in the first, and Washington leading Phoenix 14-0 in the first quarter. Now let's go out to Channel 2 Sports Director Ed Kilgore standing by at a very quiet Rich Stadium. Ed?
Yeah, you're right about that. Most of the 80,000-plus fans left long ago, as they certainly head home a disappointed group, because I don't think there would be many of the fans who attended today's football game here at Rich Stadium who would have thought not only that the Bills would lose to the Dolphins, that it would be an embarrassing loss at 37-10, the final. Of course, the 4 interceptions by Jim Kelly, a key factor there. A 21-point turnaround, really, as 3 of the interceptions led directly to Miami touchdowns. Another interception led to a field goal. So actually, if you want to think about it that way, perhaps a 48-point turnaround. Wide receiver Brad Lamb is with me here and was patient enough to wait for a few minutes. And again, I know, Brad, that is obviously a very quiet locker room. Did you think in your wildest dreams that the Bills could be hammered at home like this?
No, I didn't, you know, and then we had a great week of practice. And usually, you know, if you have a good week of practice, you go out there and you perform well. And just so happened today, their defense was really strong. Our running game didn't really get on click like it should have, and put us in a passing mode, which kind of limited us a little bit.
Well, that's the thing. I know that the Dolphins have always tried to take away Thurman Thomas. Up until today, they had not been able to do that, but that really turns the game around, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. Thurman's a great attribute to our team, you know, whether it be receiving or running. And anytime a team can specialize in taking him out of the game, then that's definitely going to hurt us.
I know one of the interceptions, actually, you thought you might have had a touch. It came in the I believe it was the fourth quarter, or was it the third quarter? See, you were going left to right. Was it third quarter, I think, when Oliver got the...
I believe it was the third quarter, yeah. You know, it's one of those things, you know, I ran a route, you know, and I wasn't expecting the guy to cut through there and intercept it on me, but I didn't know he was that close. But, you know, those things happen in games. You just try to pick up from here and put this behind us, and look forward to going to the L.A. and playing the Raiders.
I was going to say, and you're going to run into a little bit of a hornet's nest there, because they're of course, winless, trying to get that first win today. Brad, listen, we'll let you get back and get the shower. Thanks for stopping by, and best of luck next week.
Thank you.
All right. Head that way. But anyway, now the injury report, I want to fill you in very quickly here. Jim Kelly actually has some type of a elbow injury. We're not quite sure how serious that is, but he continued to play with a swollen elbow. Pete Metzelaars has a rib injury. We do not know how serious that injury is. Ken Hall has a pulled hamstring. He had to leave late in the fourth quarter after a Thurman Thomas fumble that really wasn't a fumble, but that's another story. It really didn't matter as the Bills get hammered here. We're going to send back to you, Stu.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. The Dolphins lead the all-time series with the Bills, 36-17-1. We're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be right back after this.
These days, people are interested in choosing what's right for them. At Key Bank, that's what we've been interested in all along. That's why we offer all of our products and services in a variety of ways, so you can get just what you need, just the way you need it. After all, we've never thought that one solution would work for everyone. We're more interested in offering the one that works best for you. Key Bank, America's neighborhood bank.
You can do it. Update your kitchen during the Housewares Festival at True Value. Get the latest appliances at the greatest prices. Like this Toastmaster Cool to Touch pastry toaster, just $17.88. And the Rival 4-quart crock pot, just $22.99. So bring your kitchen into the 90s with all these great appliances. But hurry, the Housewares Festival ends soon.
You can do it with True Value.
Get the inside story on the Buffalo Bills from the Bills' official publication, the Buffalo Bills Report. The Buffalo Bills Report takes you behind the scenes with the Bills' decision makers, with features such as Marv Levy's As I See It and the AFC East Report. Call now, 648-9597. The Buffalo Bills Report is proud to welcome co-sponsors like Jan's Smoke Shop on Bloomingdale Road in Akron on the Tonawanda Indian Reservation. The Buffalo Bills Report, the only official Bills publication.
Let's go back out now to Rich Stadium and Channel 2 Sports Director Ed Kilgore.
Thank you very much, Stu. Now we go to the defensive side of the football. Linebacker Carlton Bailey here with me. And Carlton, this was one of those days when, Dan, it appeared to me you were able to get quite a bit of pressure on Marino most of the afternoon, but he seemed to make the right reads and the right plays.
I tell you what, today they came out there and they hit on all cylinders. What more can I say? They came out, they played extremely well, no fumbles, no penalties, and different things like that. And that's what's to be expected of of Miami.
Normally, defensively, the Bills have been very successful in the first 4 wins. You were able to have a lot of takeaways. Today, you really just had one, and that was kind of meaningless just before the half. They weren't about to part with that thing, were they?
Oh, not at all. They came out there, and like I said, they executed extremely well. The addition of Keith Jackson also. And what more can you say? When a team hits on all cylinders like that, you have to play up to that level, and if you're just a tad bit off, the result is what we got out there today.
You're going to bounce back?
Oh, definitely. You know, we can't really dwell on it. You know, we realize that, hey, we're going to come in tomorrow, watch film. After we watch film tomorrow, hey, it's behind us, and we have to look on to the next game.
All right, Carlton, thanks for stopping by, and best of luck next week. All right. Right now, we're going to go back to the podium. Bruce Smith is talking to the media at the podium. So let's go to Bruce.
I'm very disappointed and sorry that we lost the war.
It looked like the same old thing against Marino, though, as far as coming within inches of having him,
yeah.
and he gets away with a big throw on 3rd and 19 or 3rd and whatever.
Yeah, well, that's one of the disadvantages of playing against a quarterback like Dan Marino. He's outstanding. He senses pressure. He knows when to get rid of the ball, exactly when you're getting ready to hit him, and hey, I give him all the credit in the world. That team deserves all the credit in the world for coming into Rich Stadium and kicking our ass the way they did. Hey.
Bruce, are you surprised you get a thrashing like this at home? I mean, the team has had losses like at Kansas City and Miami the last couple of years, but those were on the road. Were you surprised that you got beat up this bad at home?
Well, I truly believe that whether it's at home or it's on the moon, sometimes you need that to wake you up. And apparently, I hope this woke us up.
Did this team need to woke up? You were 4-0 and playing great. I mean, it seemed like you guys.
Well,
was there a reason to
the way I look at it is everybody has a bad day. Have you ever had a bad day?
Yeah.
Okay, we had a bad day, and believe me, it was bad. Nothing went right.
Okay, so Bruce Smith obviously disappointed, but I think, Stu, the point I get here is that the Bills certainly are not about to fold their tent and give up. They have dealt with some pretty tough losses before, but they haven't really dealt with an embarrassing defeat at home like this. And I'd agree with Bruce. You really have to give the Miami Dolphins a lot of credit for this one, because Tom Olivadotti did a terrific job in preparing for the Bills' offense. John Offerdahl was a tremendous force out there today. He had a lot to do with their being able to keep Thurman Thomas at bay, certainly in the first half when he was unable to run the football. That led to the Bills having to throw, and of course Kelly with some bad reads, Lewis Oliver with a career day here, including that record 103-yard interception for a touchdown. All right, and Stu, we're going to toss it back to you.
Give you an idea just how complete the shutdown was. Thurman Thomas, 11 carries, 33 yards. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back after this.
Now, during Super Value Days, Value has their lowest prices of the season on a wide selection of Sureline painting products. Unlike some messy rollers, the Sureline roller with its splatterproof shield keeps the paint where you want it. On sale just $1.99.
Value has a wide selection of beautiful and washable Norwal strippable wallpaper on sale. Your choice of patterns just $4.44 a bolt.
Value Home Centers, always convenient, and of course, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Ever since I joined Moneymaker Banking from M&T Bank, my neighbors look at me funny. Oh, because I made a little money. I get checking with interest and pay no fees. And no annual fee for my Visa either. But I'm still the same guy. I mean, I'm still out here sweating like everyone else. Hey, you missed a spot. A little to the left. Yeah, that's it.
Get the inside story on the Buffalo Bills from the Bills' official publication, The Buffalo Bills Report. The Buffalo Bills Report takes you behind the scenes with the Bills' decision makers, with features such as Marv Levy's As I See It and the AFC East Report. Call now, 648-9597. The Buffalo Bills Report is proud to welcome co-sponsors like Jan's Smoke Shop on Bloomingdale Road in Akron on the Tonawanda Indian Reservation. The Buffalo Bills Report, the only official Bills publication.
Now, during Super Value Days, Value has their lowest prices of the season on a wide selection of Chesapeake hardwood paneling.
Chesapeake is solid wood paneling that won't flake. Choose raspberry pecan or Ranger elm. On sale, your choice, just $6.88 a sheet.
Beautiful wing doors can be finished to match any room in your home. The Orleans is on sale just $49.88 or choose the Luan just $18.99.
Value Home Centers, always convenient, and of course, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Before today's win, you have to go all the way back to 1986 to find the Dolphins' last win over the Bills at Rich Stadium. After today's loss, Bills coach Marv Levy had these comments.
Does this prove just how good the Miami Dolphins really are this year?
I beg your pardon?
Is this a wake-up call for the Bills, and does this prove how good the Miami Dolphins are?
I think Miami Dolphins are very good, and I think our team is aware of it. And we just have to play better. They played better than we did today. Right now, until we prove differently, or unless we prove differently, they're a better team. Okay.
And we're going to take a look at what we're going to have tonight on Sports Extra at 11:30 here on Channel 2. Sports Extra, Bills Dolphins highlights, an interview with Sabres coach John Muckler, and our usual roundtable discussion. Ed Kilgore, Mike DeGeorge, and myself will discuss today's Bills games, look at some of the other highlights around the NFL. And we're going to take another break right now. We'll be back shortly.
Americans are getting back to simple, basic values. Friends and families and neighborhoods are important. At Key Bank, those are the values we've had all along. We've always believed in giving people their money's worth, and we still help one person at a time, one neighborhood at a time. All of which helps us do a better job in the most important neighborhood of all. Yours, Key Bank, America's neighborhood bank.
We're coming at you, Western New York, with John Deere's full service. Tom and Judy Drake. Tom Kelsey. Tom Victor. Get a John Deere walk-behind for as low as $379, or a GT 262 lawn and garden tractor for only $109 a month, with no payments and no interest till March 1993. Get the best price, selection, parts, and service from your local full-line John Deere dealer near you.
Value's got the values.
Now, during Super Value Days, Value has their lowest prices of the season on a wide selection of Chesapeake hardwood paneling. Chesapeake is solid wood paneling that won't flake. Choose raspberry pecan or Ranger elm. On sale, your choice, just $6.88 a sheet.
Beautiful wing doors can be finished to match any room in your home. The Orleans is on sale just $49.88 or choose the Luan just $18.99.
Value Home Centers, always convenient, and of course, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Let's go back out to Rich Stadium and Channel 2 Sports Director Ed Kilgore. Ed?
Thanks, Stu. One thing you're always concerned about, whether it's a win or a loss, injuries. And Bills All-Pro center Kent Hall, it looked pretty scary there, Kent, late in the game as you limped off the field. But I understand it's not a knee or anything like that, but a hamstring, which you don't expect to have happen to you in the season like this.
Well, I'll tell you, I didn't even know offensive linemen had hamstrings, but I found out they do have one. I strained or pulled or did something. I've never done it before, but felt like somebody shot me from somewhere in the upper deck there.
So you really don't have any idea whether that'll keep you out of action for any length of time?
No, I really don't know. They say they'll know more tomorrow and just go home and relax and see what happens.
Ken, is this team, you feel it's got the kind of character to bounce back from this? I know in the past it's shown that it has.
Well, I think this football team is fully aware of what happened today, and I think they know how to handle it. I think maybe this is a wake-up call for us. And I know we had one a couple years ago, same circumstances, except we wasn't at home, but it was a wake-up call for us. So I fully expect this football team to bounce back.
All right, Ken, thanks, and you get another crack at them in November.
That'd be good.
Okay, right now we're going to go to the podium where Jim Kelly is holding court.
One linebackers, kind of a different look. Some of the guys over there.
We just didn't get our running game going. We tried to get it going. They, you know, what can you say when you play a game like today and they shut you down? You know, there's no excuses. We got our ass kicked today, point blank. I'm not going to bullshit around. When you play against a good team like this, you know, you can't make mistakes. You can't have turnovers. I can't throw interceptions. It's just one of those things where when the game's over, a team with the least amount of mistakes, least amount of penalties is going to win the football game. And like I said, when you play against the tough ones, you can't make mistakes like we made today.
Was wind a factor, Jim, or?
No, 0.
Some of the interceptions, Jim, were particularly, you know, had to hurt you because you're almost going in, and all of a sudden the whole thing's turning around, coming back in.
You know, I ain't making any excuses for any of the things that we did today, including myself. The interceptions, you can say that, you know, you got blindsided on one when I was thrown, but, you know, you got to look at the whole thing. It takes 11 people on offense to make it click. Today we weren't hitting on all cylinders, just one of those things, and glad, you know, you got to look at it. This is one defeat. We're still 4-1, and there's still many games to go, and I'm not going to crawl in my shell, and I'm going to keep coming back firing at them, and soon enough we're going to get things going. But it's one where you wake up the next day, you look at film, you find out where your mistakes are, and you correct them.
What's this do to that AFC East race now, Jim? It looks for sure like you got a battle going now with these guys.
Oh, we always have a battle. It's no surprise. I know it's no surprise to me, and it's no surprise to you guys that when it comes to the end of the year, it's always the Dolphins and the Bills usually, and same thing. Here it goes again. But you know, they won this one. They're a game up on us, game and a half. They've won the first head-to-head. But like everybody says, when you play in your division, we got to face them one more time.
Jim, is this the best Dolphin team you've seen in the last couple of years?
They were healthy. Yeah, they played us real tough. They covered our receivers pretty well, and yeah, they were very good today.
You talk about what their defense, the 2 down linemen, the 4 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs. Did that cause any problems for you?
No problems at all. It's just we have to execute, and we didn't do it.
How Kent's injury, that's certainly something you got to be a little worried about, Jim.
You don't worry about it. You're concerned. Any top player on your team, anytime something happens, you're concerned about, especially for a quarterback when his center goes down. And just keep my fingers crossed that he's quick at recovering, because we need Ken Hall. But if Mitch has to go in there, Mitch has been in there before, and I have all the faith in the world that he can come through. But I'd like to have Kent back, but we'll see.
Thank you, Jim.
All right.
What's the prognosis on your elbow? Anticipate a problem?
So you see Jim Kelly facing the music here, and he's obviously not feeling very good physically or mentally. Also got the elbow banged up, and today Dan Marino was the better quarterback, as Jim Kelly had a rough afternoon, 4 interceptions. 2 of those were really, really key. Mike DeGeorge in here with me right now, and I thought 2 of the plays you can really look back at this game. The J.B. Brown interception in the second quarter. At that point, the Bills were down 10-3, but they're driving for what looks like it could be a touch. So instead of 10-10 or maybe 10-6, all of a sudden it turns around. The Dolphins take that back and score, and the Bills are really in the hole. And then, of course, the real backbreaker comes in the third quarter with the Bills down 24-10, but again driving. And Louis Oliver, with a career play, in fact, an NFL record-tying play, picks it off in the end zone. This time, Kelly could not get over quickly enough to knock him out of bounds, and he takes it back 103 yards, and that pretty much was all she wrote.
I think if you go back even one more step, I think the opening drive by the Dolphins in the third quarter, the game is relatively close at that point, 17-10 Miami. Miami has 3 critical third downs. They capitalize on all 3, including really the big one, 3rd and 19, where they get the deflection off one Miami receiver to the next. They get a first down there. They continue the drive. They score the touchdown. I think if Buffalo had stopped him on that series, it may have been a different ballgame, but they got really a lot of momentum out of that series. They score the touchdown, make it 24-10, and for all intents and purposes, the game is over with. But I think when you look back, I think the opening drive in the third quarter by Miami was really the key in this ballgame.
Well, that was huge, and again, there was a deflection, and Clayton made the reception then for the first down, as it looked like the Bills had stopped them. But I just get the feeling that the Dolphins, this is the game they wanted badly. They've been getting their tails kicked by the Bills. Things do have a way of evening out, and this year, Tom Olivadotti had some weapons he did not have a year ago, and particularly John Offerdahl, who did a tremendous job. You know, Louis Oliver has been burned. He's been singed by the Bills. He showed some character today by coming back to make the 3 interceptions, almost setting an NFL record for return yardage. But John Offerdahl made some key plays, and one I remember was just before the 3rd interception by Oliver. Kelly had a man open in the end zone. I believe it was Andre Reed. Offerdahl hit him just before he threw the football. That would have been a touchdown. The next play is an interception. So Offerdahl also was wearing Thurman Thomas. He was around Thurman Thomas like a collar all day.
Well, you know, Thomas has killed the Dolphins the last couple of years, and Miami did a pretty good job spying. They had a couple of players on him. They also made a few changes in the defensive secondary. Usually Louis Oliver is covering Andre Reed. Oliver did not cover him. They had Bestie Jackson. Miami did a nice job of disguising things today. They went with the 2 down linemen, 4 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs. Nothing that the Bills haven't seen before, but as you said, I think their personnel is a little bit better this year.
This was also a day when, again, if you look at the quarterback matchup, no question about it, Dan Marino outplayed his counterpart, Jim Kelly. Marino certainly facing heavy pressure all day, but made the correct reads, had one meaningless interception. That was as he threw a Hail Mary at the end of the first half. And the Bills turned the football over 5 times, including the 4 interceptions by Jim Kelly. 3 of those led directly to touchdowns. Another led to a field goal. So, again, that's 24 points, maybe a 48-point swing. And as a result, the Miami Dolphins are certainly in the driver's seat in the AFC, but they will meet again in November, and that should be something. For Mike to George, this is Ed Kilgore out of Rich Stadium. We toss it back to you, Stu.
Thanks very much, Ed and Mike, and thanks to everybody for appearing on our show. It's the Bills' worst regular season loss since last year's 33-6 dubbing at the hands of Kansas City. Their first loss at Rich Stadium since the Lions beat them in last year's regular season finale, and their worst loss at home since Denver beat the Bills 28-14 on a Monday night in 1989. And before that, the Bills lost by 27-7 in 1987 to Washington. Not a pretty day at Rich Stadium today. The Dolphins whipped the Bills 37-10. Thanks for joining us on our post-game show, Goal to Go. Good night, everybody.
Goal to Go, the post-game show, is brought to you by KeyBank, America's neighborhood bank, and by the Buffalo Bills Report. To subscribe, call 648-9597. And by Cotter True Value Hardware. Got a tough job to do? You can do it with True Value Hardware. Now, during Super Value Days, Value has their lowest prices of the season on their wide selection of Harlock lock sets. Save on a variety of styles, like either this deadbolt or entrance set. Your choice on sale just $677.
This handy 40-piece tool set with case from Stonebridge is on sale just $15.88. Or choose this 8x10 Polytarp for just $3.88.
Value Home Centers, always convenient, and of course, the lowest prices guaranteed.
When Russ Keeler sold his millionth piece of original recipe, he had a Colonel Look-alike contest. How better to celebrate the most famous chicken ever cooked? Made with 11 herbs and spices, original recipe can't be duplicated.